Okay, we're up and running and live. So, between last stream and this stream, I went and set up a Debian VM, which we're going to be using to both download software and test things. I'm waiting to see if the stream catches up. It's raining here in Greece today, so hopefully my internet doesn't completely shit the bed. Yeah, no, it seems to be okay. All right. So I set up hey Arch64. So yeah, I set up a Debian VM version 9 between last time and now. And I have an FTP server running between it and the Windows XP. So I did all the networking and stuff beforehand. So this session we are going to try and build the cross compiler. We're going to be targeting a 64-bit system, 64-bit Linux, and I'm going to be using the cross-compiled Linux from scratch as a guide from this point forward. This guide is not great. There's some serious problems with it, plus the fact that it is now 10 years out of date. So I'm kind of just using it as a loose reference. But I do know the list of tools I actually need. So the first thing I'm going to grab is, so to basically just make my life a lot easier, I'm going to just do apt-get source for the package I need. And then I can, right, that needs to not be done as root. Oh, right, I have to actually install the flipping dev tools. Or, Control-C, please. Yeah, no, that's fine. I can just download the original source file. So we do an F5 here. And then I pull up our source folder here. And then let me make a new folder. Cross tools, because we are going to have to do a lot of this. So let's start with file, and I just noticed an immediate problem. We don't have a XZ decompressor, so you know what, let's grab that so my life's a little easier. So that would be apt-get source. Make my life easier, I thought. Now, hopefully that's in a format I can decompress. No, of course, the compression utilities are actually in... Okay, I can just decompress them here. There we go. And then I can just untar it on the other side. So this one isn't strictly needed, but it makes my life easier, so that's nice. Hopefully everything just basically works. Let me catch up with chat. Yeah, I enabled auto-generated subtitles. I keep forgetting to set that option, so it's now there as a nice quality of life thing. I'm sorry, if I sound kind of dead. I slept really garbage last night. So, fingers crossed that I can stay awake through most of what we're going to have to get through today. Probably 1 to 2 weeks. If we can successfully build... today's goal is the cross-compiler. Friday, I'm probably going to do the kernel and then look at setting up the NFS server and doing the actual net boot. because that's kind of how I want to do the end goal of this project. I don't know if that's actually viable because I'm not convinced that the NFS server is going to work for this. The way Services for Linux does permissions is a little bit oddball, and I haven't quite wrapped my brain around it, so I'm not convinced that that part's actually going to work. It's not end of the world if it doesn't. It just means that I have to jump through more hurdles. Hey, said 4906. And also a big welcome to everyone else. Oh, I'm a little quiet in chat. Let me see here. That doesn't surprise me. I have to move them. When the mic's on a stand, I get an echo. So I actually been taking the microphone off the stand to record the devlogs. And I just hold it in my hand. And I actually get better audio quality as a result. And saying my recommended bitrate is lower than what is actually... I'm hesitant to make it higher because, as I've learned, no, the bitrate should be high enough. I'm just going to kind of hope for the best on that one. Like I said, potato internet is potato. And there isn't a whole lot I can do about that. So I'm on the house internet today because on rainy days the 5G connection is not good, and it has been bucketing. Like, we've had sun for the last week, but it's decided that it's just going to downpour today. So yeah, so the first utility we need is the one that's going to let us decompress and install all the other utilities we need. And we just have to be very patient while configure scripts work. This is going to be the first real heavy test of the new compiler. So, yeah, I mean, 720 is... I'm recording it in 1080p. So when I edit this into the actual video, because basically the video is just going to be all the devlogs put together with a final editing pass. The last time I did a Linux from scratch system, it was about 10 hours of building all the packages. We're going to cross-compile as many as we can, so this will probably take longer. So I'm hoping to have this basically done by next week. Hey, you. I hope you're having a good day wherever you are. And also thank you for becoming a member. Members do get access to the devlogs that are basically going to become the final video as I finish them. There's 4... Yeah, I think 4 up right now, which is about half an hour of footage. So, there's that. Yeah, I was thinking about saving this for the weekend, but realistically, I've got nothing to do this week. Most of Greece is basically shut down for Easter week. Even my university classes are on hold this week, so there isn't, like, a whole lot to do. So yeah, we're just waiting for this to build. I probably should have given it a J option. Yeah, you know what? Let me Control C this, and then I'll just do that. So to build a cross Linux, a Windows XP to Linux cross compiler, we're going to need a cross bin tools, a cross GCC, which I'm just going to use the 4.6 directory I've already got built. I'm just going to go back into that directory and make a new build directory. But we gotta go through quite a few hoops to get between there, here and there. So fingers crossed that this all basically works. Theoretically, once we get past the cross compiler, it should basically be all downhill from there. Yeah. Like, when on the weekends, I can get up to 200 viewers on the on the weekdays, I seem to cap out between 60 and 100, which is still pretty damn good, all things considered. Especially given that the time difference, like, time in New York is what? Yeah, it's early morning on the east coast of the United States, so most of the Anglophone world, is, aside from the UK, is not awake right now. Yeah, there is something kind of mesmerizing about it. It's like The Matrix, except it's in real life. Hey, I'm Scott. I hope you're having a good day today. Yeah, 8:25 a.m. in New York. That sounds about right. Um, like, I'm just taking advantage of the fact that I am actually awake, although I am dead tired. Hey, Lenny. Good afternoon from Greece here. 10:25 p.m. So that would put you that wouldn't be China. That would probably be going east. Time zones get hard. Yeah, I'm in Eastern Europe, so 3:26 here. Hey, Rayton Feezer. Nice. Greetings from Chicago. Oh, Riki, you're in the same time zone as I am. I've never actually been down to Oz. I've always wanted to get down there. It just never has happened. Um, all right, that looks like that's doing the link step. Alright, so I'm currently just looking at all the things that they basically have on their list of packages. Yeah, we definitely have quite a few things we need to build today. For those who want to follow along, I'm basically doing a knockoff version of Chapter 5 here in the cross-compiled Linux from Scratch book. The problem with cross-compiled Linux from Scratch is it still seems to assume you're on a Linux host system. Like, there are... It definitely feels like it was basically made for people that want like to build an ARM system from Linux instead of building it from like Windows. Like I'm pretty sure I'm not the first one to have ever tried to do something like this. Although I never found any sort of success. Like even building a Windows to Linux cross compiler is kind of a tricky process. I've done it before in the past. I was thinking when I was still doing consulting, I was considering trying to maintain and sell Windows to Linux cross compilers, but I ran into some pretty large practical issues with that. And while I found a technical fix, then Microsoft released Windows Subsystem for Linux, and I was like, well, that business idea went out the window. Because why use a cross compiler? You can just run Linux. Yeah, it's going to be both cross architecture and cross Linux. Well, the cross compiler we're going to build is going to be cross architecture because I'm going to target 64-bit Linux. That may prove to be a mistake, but we will find out. Okay, so that's currently building. I really wish I didn't feel that. Unfortunately, I'm completely out of energy drinks, and I've had soda today, but it has not helped all that much. So, yeah, actually, you know what? Let me download the next major thing we're going to need. We're going to go with kernel 4.6, which is from approximately... The last releases of it was from 2020. I believe it was an LTS release. Like, it was something we were discussing earlier. Alright, let me see here. Kernel.org. I don't want the RT releases. I just want the general ones. Yeah, I'm pretty sure 4.16 was an LTS release. I could conceivably, like, if I could get GCC 5 to build, it would be, I could actually build the most up-to-date kernel. But I've already had to pull so many teeth trying to get this to work. Maybe 4.9, actually, because that is the same version that Debian is using. And that was an LTS release. Actually, let's see here. I'm kind of just browsing through this to figure out what version of the mainline kernel I actually want to build. Like, there's... The 4 series was quite a while. I should have actually made this decision before I fired the stream up. But Stretch was a 4.9... Yeah, I mean, it went all the way up to 4.9.99. So, like, that was definitely an LTS release. Now, I think I'm going to just go with 4.16 unless I find a reason not to. I'm just going to go with my first gut. So that would be 4.16.18 was the last release. And then let me download that in the background, because that is going to be like the second next thing we're going to need. All right, so now that we've got that, let me grab file, because now we should have XZ. And hopefully this doesn't become painfully slow. The fact that it says calculating the time to copy the files is a little concerning to me. Oh, okay. Well, fair enough. So I am curious. Is our version of tar new enough to know this? Yeah, actually, it does look like it is new enough. Or, no, I already can tell it isn't. So, file... That's a little concerning. The fact that it says record size 10 blocks kind of suggests to me that it's not actually working. Can I decompress this manually? Yes, I can. So, okay. I guess that's what I'm going to have to do. It's a bit strange that that doesn't work. But, whatever. Alright. Well, so interestingly enough, I've gotten comments both on Patreon and my Discord that apparently subsystem for Unix, which is what we're using here, is actually much more broken under Vista and 7. I haven't checked it myself yet, but based on some of the feedback I've actually gotten, I actually question if this would be possible under Windows 7. Was there a new XZ hack, or are we talking about it getting backdoor, the attempted backdoor, like from, what was that, like 2 years ago now, Mystic Sam 86? I think the only thing that was surprising about that is it doesn't happen more often. Like, the fact of the matter is that the number of people that are willing to do unpaid labor to maintain free and open source software has been declining year over year. I mean, let's be honest, Linux has become very corporate. You know, a lot of the free software ethos feels like it's fell onto the side. Like, yeah, and, you know, you don't hear about, like, I don't remember the last time I saw anyone being super evangelical for Linux and the advantages of free software. It really does feel like there's no new blood coming in. My biggest surprise is it didn't happen already. Like I like that it hadn't happened earlier. And I'm actually gonna just go crack the window because it is actually kind of warm in here. Okay. Fresh air and sunlight. I mean, let's be honest. Like I said, we live, this is more for Gen Z, but I was affected as just much. Is like we're not living in a time of particularly great optimism. Like a lot of hope for the future kind of disappeared with the Great Recession in 2009, and people are struggling to meet ends meet. Things like Linux and such come from people that are either motivated to do something, either they need it for themselves or they want to do it for themselves. That's how Linus did it. You're following an ideology, which is a lot where the momentum behind GNU came from. And what do we really have to show from the free and open source movement? I mean, these days, Linux feels as commercialized as Windows. We haven't seen any great year of Linux on the desktop, even though market share, I think, is at 3% these days. But I feel like we have less control of our systems, even though they are all free and open source, because everything talks to the goddamn cloud. So even though we have the client software, it's not like you can decouple yourself from it. I mean, that was one of the largest criticisms of... Yeah, I mean, that was one of the largest criticisms of like Ubuntu One and Landscape in the Ubuntu ecosystem. That, yeah, you have all the client source code. What good is it without the backend stuff? Like, everything is attached to a corporate cloud. I mean, literally everyone that's watching this video is watching it on YouTube in one form or another. Uh-oh. I just saw a build failure. Okay, so that wants int max, which I'm pretty sure we need to get from... I'm really hoping this isn't going to be like a complete total hell to get everything to build today. Fatal error, stdint does not exist. Not convinced that that's the right way to fix it, but yeah. Apparently long is too long for GCC. So it's dying on line 55. What's it dying here for? i586 is Pentium. Sorry, I'm sort of gotta pay attention right now just to figure out. Yeah, like, see, that type should exist. Hopefully it doesn't care that much. It's probably what's happening is that some types are already defined. Yeah, well, at least that time it built the file. And then it... Yeah, see, that's kind of where the problem is. I'm pretty sure this is conflicting in some regards with the local system. Yeah, this is XP running in a VM. I don't have any vintage hardware I could reasonably... And then it blows its brains out there because... Of course it does. So it's complaining that something is changing data types. Let me see if I can work out exactly what that is. So int pointer type. I'm pretty sure that's going to return no results. Yeah, it didn't. Okay, so it is actually defined there. Okay, so hold on. begun the hand-holding has. Alright, so it wants int uint max. Uint max. Pretty sure it would be unsigned long long. No, wait, this would actually be, it would be unsigned int. Because it's still looking for integer types capable of holding object pointer. That would be unsigned int, because it's a 32-bit, yeah, that's 32-bit. It's definitely not the right way to do it, but it should be close enough for our purposes. Alright, so it's complaining on 87. Hold on. I think type devs work the other way around. Yeah, they do work the other way around. Okay, that's a little bit annoying. Right, okay, hold on. Duplicate unsigned. Sorry if I'm not talking much. I'm actually trying to figure this one out. I might have to build an older version of... so 82, one more data types in the declaration specifier. What was in the original version of this file? These are actually defined by the system. So uint max undeclared. So uint max. Which we don't have as a type. So that would be type def unsigned long uint max t. No. Hey, okay. And then we die. Nope, we're not dead yet. Now we're dead. Uint 32 max. I'm assuming we don't have that. Yeah, like, it should be using std_int unless, it's like, it's not even including it in the configure script, so... Why would I ask ChatGPT spy day? Oh great, that problem's back. Problem is that we don't have unsigned long. Do we have just the... Yeah, we do. We do have this one. 36. Well, the thing is that if it was being checked in the configure script, then the individual source files would be... I'm assuming that this is used in more one place then. Oh yeah, there must be a second usage of it. I probably should just build an older version of... There it is. The problem is it's a 2002 version of bin utilities that shipped with Interix. I'm really not convinced that this is... I'm gonna have a good file. I think there is a test suite. We'll see how broken it actually is. Alright, so that's building the file magic database. Oh yeah, it's running checks, so... Really? That was all the tests it runs? Yeah, okay, so that's the only test it runs. Whatever. Yeah, like, I probably need to make a note when I write the script for this session. And actually, I should probably start writing notes for it now. Alright, so the next thing we need to do is we need the Linux kernel. So let me let's go grab the tarball because we need the headers from it. Currently just looking at their like basic list of things that they do. Oh, that's right. I had a power outage, so my system hard reset. Let me get that back up and running. Desktop. Always love Python's little built-in server. Okay, Linux kernel. Save target. Download. Be back in a moment. That takes a while to extract. Alright. Currently just taking a look and seeing what else we actually need to do. That's going to take a bit to extract. Good old Winchester hard drives. No one, I don't know if anyone has ever actually quite figured out where that name comes from, but it is what it is. All right, so I gotta figure out where I'm gonna put the cross compiler, because that's like the next thing we actually legitimately care about. I think we'll put it into opt cross GCC. Once it's done extracting, because this is going to take a bit. Honestly, I'm going to go see if I can find some caffeine, because I'm fading at the keyboard. I'm assuming this is still. Yeah, it's still extracting. I got distracted by the farm cat. We have a. I'm not sure if it's a stray, but it hangs here all the time and hunts mice and other stuff around that protect the birds. And the thing is a real. Whenever it seems to know whenever I'm near the back porch, so I got distracted and pet the cat. Hey, Intier Jirbang. Sorry, I'm legitimately, I feel half dead sitting at the keyboard. But, nothing else to do but make for it. This is going to take a while to extract. And honestly, it might just be terminal output. Yeah, I think we're just gonna sit here. We're watching watching's going by. Hey, Scooby. I hope you have a good day at work. The devlog will be probably out tomorrow. I don't know how long this devlog will be. Kind of boils down to how long I'm on. Although the devlogs don't have a real correspondence to size. Although my 13 hours plus probably another 4 tinkering with it off stream. So, I don't know, 18 hours became like 3 minutes of footage with dealing with tickle. I've been heard that like with Factorio, it's like for every hour of gameplay you get 1 minute of footage, and I'm guessing with Minecraft it's maybe mod Minecraft not so much, but yeah. Yeah, I think I think the terminal output is actually what's making this so damn slow. So, goodbye VFlag. We're just going to wait for that to do its thing. And I guess I'm going to look at what the state of the world is today. Probably nothing good. I've been kind of thinking about doing a video talking about like the enshittification of technology. It's really hard to get anything objective there because quality is subjective. I mean, there are people that like Windows 11, so, you know, it's either just going to be an opinion piece or, yeah. Oh, yay, looming war between India and Pakistan. Good Lord. If you told me 3 years ago that Ukraine and Russia would still be fighting, I don't know if I would have believed it. I didn't think it was going to be a long. What is currently going on in Ukraine? I'm just blown away. So yeah, we're just going to sit here patiently waiting for shit to extract. I don't know if this is actually going to be faster, but I'm assuming the terminal output can actually be really slow at times. So usually if you're doing like a giant extract, like I think GCC is I'm pretty sure with GCC it took like 10 minutes to extract, so who knows. So yeah, so the next step that we're doing here is we're basically installing the kernel header files. After that, we're going to need, we've already got, I believe there is a systems end curses, but we may have to build a newer one. I just have to see if we have the tick command, although it strictly speaking is not actually necessary. Although we do actually have to cross compile it, so maybe, yeah, no, that is actually almost certainly necessary. It also wants me to install package config, ISL, and CLUG. I'm not convinced. Yeah, I'm pretty sure those aren't hard dependencies, but I might as well grab them because this is actually, I didn't plan it that way. Well, actually, no. This may not be because I think I'm on. This says it wants 4.8.3. I'm on 4.6.3 because that was the latest one I could get to build. Like, if I really put my brain to it, I could probably port a newer GCC. Like, that would be hard, but I think I could do it if I really tried. Like, because ultimately, you're not dealing with the code generator. Windows NT is well supported as a platform. Interix is basically handled as a subcase of SIGWin or MingW in the backend code. So the only thing that really matters is actually the assembler and the linker. And Microsoft's provided one should be mostly good enough for that. Mostly? I am a little worried about disk space. No, I mean, there is a fair argument to that, Adam Scott, but the problem is how do you make that accessible to the general public? Like, this is something I've had problems with a lot of my projects is when I was doing the AIX video, I really thought it would be a quick and easy one and done. But as I kept editing it, I realized that I was going to lose members of the general public. And I also realized I want to say a lot about AIX. So what had started as a very simple build Doom on AIX, which I think I had done in a day, it became what it was. And I'm actually still very happy with that video of like all the videos I've done. I'm pretty sure that's the one I'm most proud of. Pinball, I also am proud of. I would, if I was to go back, I would edit it differently than I did today, but my channel was still very young when I did that. And Pinball, I think in some ways was a bad thing for the channel because that video went super viral. Like, it got it's over 1 million views now. I just don't know what it currently is at. Actually, I have my channel up on the other screen so I can look. It's at 1.1 million views. So it kind of set an expectation for stuff with the channel that I found it very hard to catch up with in the years since. And that combined with a lot of difficulty in my personal life has made things kind of hard. Like, throughout 2024, I was probably in New Jersey for maybe 3 months. And I was planning to set down roots in Portland, Oregon for probably a year. It wasn't going to be a permanent thing in Portland, and I knew that going in, but I was basically waiting for something else to happen. And what ended up happening and what I expected to happen were two different things, but I'm also very thankful for the ability to come to Greece. So, yeah. XP, so I freed up. Last night I went on a disk clearing spree. I have 118 gigs free, which should be enough. If not, I can free up more space. But at least the host system is no longer strapped. Like, the host system was down to 50 gigs, and I had some very low hanging fruit that I could send straight to the bin. So I reclaimed about 700 gigs of disk space, and I haven't entirely. At this point, it's an unused NVMe 1 terabyte module. It has the original Linux installation for this computer because for those who've been longtime watchers, my desktop app solution actually used to run Linux exclusively. And when I basically gave up daily driving Linux for reasons, instead of blowing away the install, I put in a 2 terabyte NVMe and I put Windows on there. So the one with the Linux install on it has not been booted in probably a year and a half. So I could nuke it and reclaim it. I have backups of it. So when my disk space hurdles get more intense, that's the low hanging fruit there. And I have about 7 terabytes free on my NAS, so that's good. So disk storage is one of the few things I'm really not worried about right now. Maybe we should have left the V option on, because at least it would have been like interactive content. We could have watched it going. Oh well. Actually, you know what? I know exactly what we can do for visual content. I can open Procmon. Yeah, we can see where it is extracting. Okay, so it's in the drivers. It's just it just finished extracting the Radeon driver. Yeah, you can definitely see all the stuff is extracting. So it's in drivers. So it's probably about halfway done with the extraction. Yeah, I mean, if I really do need more disk space, like I said, it's not big. It's not a big deal. I am hearing the stream music. I did finally get a pair of speakers for my desktop, which was kind of nice and also kind of shit, because the speakers I got were not great. They crackle something fierce, but it's good enough for like just day-to-day work. So where is it now in the extract process? It is... Yeah, no, it's still extracting Radeons. No, we're still all the way up here. Yeah, maybe I should have left the V option on. Yeah, we're now extracting ILO files. Drivers always takes a while, so... yeah. Can I make this fall to bottom? Yeah, auto scroll. Okay, now we can watch it like that. And we can very much get an idea of like how much it is, how deep down the, yeah, so I think there's a thing here for history depth. Okay, cool. So it will purge out the extra, so I don't have to worry about it like crashing my entire system. So now it's extracting InfiniBand. Like, I don't know if this is faster or not with the V option, because the biggest problem with the V option is it can actually buffer if the terminal can't keep up, and Windows terminal is not fast. Like, I've had that problem with GNOME terminal in the past. If you've ever extracted a tarball over a slow SSH link, you've experienced it. But Windows terminal is actually fairly notorious for how slow it does I/O. Though this VM is definitely running a lot slower than it should be. Probably due to the not super great high quality Hyper-V drivers it's using that have been jury rigged from an older version. It's good enough to get the job done, it's just not great overall. So now it's in drivers input. So if I remember my Linux kernel, I'm gonna just look at the kernel tree so I get an idea. So once it finishes drivers, file system include, yeah, I'm pretty sure the rest of it goes fairly quickly. Drivers, I think, is the last really fat directory in there, although it's still got a lot to grind through. Because it's still in the eyes, and this basically works alphabetically, so... Yeah, we're going to be kind of thumb twiddling for a while. I should have extracted this before the stream, but whatever. There's something I've never played with, like the ISDN stuff. Considering I'm in the right country, the right part of the world for that. Although I have no idea what I'd actually end up using it for, because I've gotten the impression that wasn't like for consumer grade stuff. It was for like the actual hardware modems. But again, I've never looked at it all that closely. So that's mailbox driver. So yeah, it's in the M's. I think a lot of the problem is that it does the file open close time is just very slow. Like, there are some things that the Windows kernel does, or at least historically has done better than the Linux kernel. I haven't seen recent benchmarks. Like, process IPC under Windows used to be much faster than that under Linux, but Linux was usually much better for file I/O. It wasn't a huge difference either way, but it did add up over time. So now it's in the drivers folder. So after it finishes media, how many more directories does it have to go through? Because like some of these have a lot of files in it, and then a lot of them don't. Like there's a PS3 folder that only has like a dozen files in it, so that's reasonably quick. And then there's some that aren't. So media is basically all the OLSA stuff. Wish there was a way to parallelize this, but there isn't, so oh well. Let me make some more notes on my script since we've got time. Yeah, I am legitimately kind of cooked. I don't know. It's like I know that when you look at mass media and stuff, it always tends to be negative, and especially American media in particular. Like this has been studied at this point. Because unfortunately, the human brain has a tendency to negative news. Like, positive news doesn't get the same amount of engagement for our brain because negative things. It's sort of like a survival bias that because our brain pays attention to things that it considers threats as an evolutionary trait, we kind of, as a species, really keep an eye on negative stuff more than positive stuff. And when mixed with the fact that we now have for-profit media, why is it stuck? Oh, it may have run a sync sys call or something. Like, it says buffer overflow here, which is a little bit concerning. Although it also did up there, like... Why did that stop? I'm assuming it must have done a sync syscall. It would make sense if it's trying to write a lot of files. Well, I mean, put it like this. Social media, the stuff that gets the most views is negative clickbait. Like, you know, X, Y, and Z is happening. You know, I legitimately don't know what it's doing. I wonder if this just got stuck. Let me see. Let me turn off capture. And then tell it to capture. All right, no, it's still going. It's now into the Ethernet drivers. I guess Process Manager just got stuck. Yeah, I should have ran this with the V. I should have kept this running with the V option and not been impatient. Oh well. We'll get there when we get there. But getting back around to it, I mean, oh, thanks, Mitch Blank. All right, so I'm not going to worry about that. And I'm not seeing, it's not like it's erroring out, so whatever is kind of my feeling about this. We're just waiting very patiently for the kernel to extract the everything, which takes quite a while. Really gives you an idea of how much effort has gone into the Linux kernel over the years. I mean, it's like 60 megabytes compressed in modern versions, you know, tens of thousands of files. Yeah, I haven't done raw Win32 programming in a very long time, so it does. Yeah, I mean that does make perfect sense when you say that. Like that does sound like how it works. I don't remember that offhand, but it's probably been a decade plus since I've actually coded something against the Win32 API directly, and I don't know how much I was dealing with file operations. The few times I've had to do Windows anything, it's all been .NET, which frankly I do like a lot more than I like Java, but it has its own sets of downsides. So net has a lot of drivers in it. What else is after net? Because I'm just kind of looking at the source tree on the other terminal. Yeah, no, there's still a fair number of large folders. Like there's all the PCI drivers that. Well, maybe there's not actually that much because that's just probably the PCI stack. All the SCSI stuff, PCM CIA, real-time clock. USB, I think, is going to be the next major folder. It's going to take a while to extract. Because there's a lot of files in the USB folder. Okay, that looks like it's about done with net because it's in the W's. God, I'm literally just giving live commentary on files extracting. Hey, Light Gray, I hope you're having a good day today. We are currently sitting waiting for the Linux kernel to extract. Hey, AdmedKJ. I hope you're having a wonderful afternoon or whatever time it is locally. Welcome to just watching Linux kernel extract very slowly on Windows. I still have to build the actual cross compiler fancy. So this what I need here are the kernel headers. The kernel headers, as well as the C library headers from glibc, will let me build the full cross compiler. What happens next is a little bit. I have to build multiple steps of the compiler. I need libgcc.so for AMD64 Linux. I also need the C compiler. And then once we're just not there yet. Because like I said, I need this to extract, and I also am going to have to do that with the... Actually, while this is going, I'm going to do something slightly productive. I am going to download bin utilities and glibc. Figures that today is the day my downstream internet actually kind of works the way it's supposed to. Although I didn't realize that bin utilities was that much bigger than glibc is. I guess it shouldn't surprise me. It just kind of does. No, we haven't even built We haven't even built across bin utilities yet. I'm literally waiting for all the headers to download. I could actually build the cross bin tools now. That one doesn't have a dependency, so why don't we actually do that while we're waiting? Well, no, we have GCC 4.6 and it works somewhat. It's not ideal. But it is going to be new enough to build this version of the Linux kernel. Alright, so where are we here? Alright, so there's bin utilities. That was an interesting resource not available error. Alright. The problem isn't people writing standard C. The problem is that Interix doesn't support C99. I have some hacks in place that are kind of making it more bearable. Yeah, it's kind of chugging now. Probably, I do actually think there's... I don't know if it's an I.O. problem with the VM or if just services for Unix is slow. Like, people have been trying this on Vista and 7 inspired by this project, and they've kind of told me that it's all kind of shit. The sound levels are constant on my panel. There might be a little bit feedback for the microphone on the monitor. Yeah, that is slow. So I'm pretty sure we are hitting an I.O. bottleneck somewhere. I don't know if it's XP, the Hyper-V drivers, or whatnot. It's good enough, though. So what are we currently extracting? We're still in the P's of the drivers. The internet connection I'm on is remarkably shit, so you're just going to have to kind of bear with it. There isn't a lot I can do about that. Unless I start streaming in standard definition, but I don't think anyone wants to see that. Let me see if there's anything on my panel that tells me, Well, I've had drop frames 64% over the last 2 minutes, so maybe I need to switch over to the other internet connection. Like I said, there isn't a whole lot I can do about this. Yeah, it's definitely chugging because I'm doing multiple things at once. There's definitely some bottlenecks. It's currently in the S390 drivers of Linux. It's also possible running Process Manager is also making it go slow. Is there a way I can see like I/O performance? Yeah, it's basically what CPU usage we are doing is all in kernel time. Like, enough, it's very little in user space. But I thought there maybe it's in it's probably in newer versions of Windows. I thought 7 had an I/O monitor though. All right, we're now extracting the SCSI drivers of the Linux kernel. This feels like appropriate music. All right, so now we're extracting LD. I can just tell it to stop. I mean, we have a pretty good idea of what it is and doing. Yeah, you know what? That just sped it up quite a bit, didn't it? Okay, so Process Monitor was actually slowing down the whole process. So, lesson learned: don't run Procmon if you care. I didn't realize it was that much of a performance impact. Makes sense in hindsight, but yeah. Problem is I can't run the test suite. We're basically taking this on faith that this is all going to work. Yeah, I didn't realize how much of a performance penalty that it was actually costing. That's kind of impressive of how much of a change it was. Still not fast, but it is better. YouTube will buffer my stream if the internet is less than ideal, so it's not surprising that it is. And I'm also seeing, like I said, I'm seeing drop frame notifications on my end. YouTube says excellent connection, but Streamlabs says I'm dropping frames. Which one I believe, I don't know. God, 136 concurrent viewers. I am shocked it's that high. I believe I'm encoding. I have to do two encoders because I'm also recording this stream at 1080p. I'm pretty sure it's using the NVIDIA encoder because I have a workstation card in this machine. Well, I think the thing is that we're now waiting for two separate extraction processes to finish. So whatever finishes first, which I'm pretty sure will be bin utilities. Yeah, the hard part is I have to make interesting commentary about watching the files go by. I'm really surprised considering that this is a Thursday stream. I should have done this on the weekend. I would have gotten really good turnout. Bunex, thank you for the yeah, I mean, let's be honest, this has been a project. I think we're already at 6. Yeah, I think 60 hours is probably about right for where we are on it. And this will probably be 100 hours before I'm done. Once we get the cross compiler going, it is mostly downhill from there. It's just a matter of build all the things. The problem is I don't know if this is actually going to work. I wasn't able to run the compiler test suite, so I'm running in a VM. I don't have any vintage hardware anymore, partially due to moving. So, and it's running on Hyper-V with some less than ideal drivers, so kind of gotta go the best for it. I mean, the commentary is kind of important to keep people engaged. I mean, you know, there's also people that do like the I've watched some like really big streamers, and my god, like watching not so much Ninja, but some of the other big names, it's like, what is appealing about this? Like, you know, maybe if you're playing top level League of Legends, I understand it from that. But it's like either people watching rage bait, which I feel like is all what XQC is, got from the number of clips I've seen on the internet. It's like just rage bait all the way down for half it, but I guess that's what's popular. Or doing stuff like saying, if I don't get this number of chats, I'm going to shut down the stream, like that sort of crap. That is a lot of test code. Let's see here. Has this finished yet? I'm assuming no. Oh, that has finished. Okay. So I guess we are doing the Linux kernel first, because it finished first. So this is actually really easy. So we first want to just clean the directory. We want to be in the directory, and then we want to clean it. And then bin utilities just finished. Oh wow, that is a lot slower than I would expect, considering that it's literally just running the clean step. It's Hyper-V. I mean, Canada gave the world Justin Bieber, so, you know. Wow, that's a lot slower than I would expect for running what is literally the kernel clean script command. So we just have to do a headers check and the install headers path, so this one should be quick. We don't even have a progress bar. We don't even have a blinking cursor. I mean, look at what Microsoft gives us. We have nothing blinking. We just have the line. I'm a little surprised that it is actually taking that long. Oh, you know why? This is the same exact problem we had with Make. It's going to iterate through every fucking source file. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if I was to check with Procmon, it's going to... How do I... Yeah, let me let it capture. Yeah, no, that's exactly what it's doing. It's iterating through every goddamn fucking source file. Oh, this is GCC but worse. This is GCC but much worse. This is fine. This is fine. Honestly, I am shocked at how much the Liberals came back from what appeared to be death when Trudeau resigned. Yeah, I mean, wasn't Free 8 Canada predicting a Conservative victory with Bloc Québécois as the official opposition, just to give you an idea of what the bloodbath the Liberals were looking for in Canada? Yes, Abraham, yes, it's the apartment on fire, but the fire is having trouble rendering and is going very slowly. I think a lot of it is that services for Unix IO. The thing is that Windows has always been historically slow dealing with lots of little files being in like. I have built GCC on Windows before as a native compiler. I'm used to it being slow. This is not out of the realm of. This doesn't feel abnormally slow for XP era, and especially running under services for Unix, I would expect it to be even slower. Because we're bypassing the normal Win32 subsystem. It talks to the NT kernel directly through the kernel API. So it really doesn't surprise me that I/O performance is crap. Because when we watch it compiles fast. It's really just the disk I/O that's completely... do we go back to bin utilities or do we come back to this? Like, I don't want to be switching through the two because it'll make editing the stream that much more annoying. So, yeah, the problem is that the honest fear I have is that Trump is going to make good on his threats on invasion. I don't know, like, I wouldn't have had that on my bingo card for a year ago. But here's the thing. Most authoritarian fascist leaders go to war with their neighbors. I mean, it's happening. It happened in Ukraine. It happened in Germany and Italy in the 1930s. It's happened in Japan. There's been enough wars in both Africa and Central America from basically the same thing. And it's not like I have any faith that there's going to be any sort of checks and balances that's actually going to stop it. Liberal Party in Canada is center-left. There's also the New Democratic Party, or NDP. They're socialist progressives or socialist Democrats, and then you have the Greens, which generally form the left-wing bloc of Canada. On the right, you have the Conservatives, Bloc Québécois, and I think a couple of other smaller parties, but I'm not as familiar with Canadian politics as I am with some other ones. Yeah, I was very surprised when I discovered that Australia's Liberal Party is conservative and their national party is liberal. I don't follow Aussie politics all that closely. Is Mr. Potato Head still in the running? Because I've heard that is apparently the nickname of the Liberal Party of leader, which is conservative of Australia. Yeah, I would say I believe that would be equivalent to the Australian Labor Party. It's similar to how the Liberals of Canada are close to UK's Labour, while the Conservatives in Canada would be close to the Tories. The most of the time I spent in Canada was in British Columbia, so I've more had experience of seeing how the NDP runs the place, and I don't think I don't disapprove. It's not like BC is heaven on earth, but competent management is a fucking breath of fresh air. Here in Greece, it's split. The party line. It's a freeway split. You have PASOK, if I remember correctly, which is essentially center left to far left. They're essentially the continuation of the Greece. You know, I need to check this one because I do not know my Greek politics anywhere as well as I know the other two. But yeah, we have PASOK here, and yeah, they essentially they're basically the continuation of the Greek Communist Party, and they reformed after the junta here. There's also New Democracy, which is center right, and I forgot what the third party currently in Parliament is. I should actually know this. Oh, look, that actually just flipping finished. So now we need to do JMake. We need to tell it we want to build for 64-bit, and we want to do headers check, because that's going to run a bunch of other steps as part of that. I don't know why it's got the LFS stuff. I don't want to run Linux. I specifically moved off Windows as my daily driver because of all the problems I had with video editing. I don't want to dual boot. It's just too much of a giant effing headache. So I'd rather just deal with it being slow than make things more annoying. Yep, okay, that's actually starting to build. That's actually building some of the support utilities for the kernel. God, that is weird seeing that on Windows. That is legitimately weird seeing that. When we run menu config, it's going to be even stranger. Not fast. I mean, this system is set up for dual boot, but the Linux install on it is hot garbage. Uh-oh. That's not good. I really hope it will work with an empty file, because I don't know what it wants from that file. Oh, this is getting a little concerning. What is it? We're just gonna have to see how many things it actually, because it needs to run this utility. This has to be built for Windows. Oh, for the love of God! All right, I'm not optimistic. My optimism has suddenly left the building. Let's see how fucking broken this is going to be. I'm pretty sure the answer is yes, but we will see. Yeah, that sounds about right. Crap. I'm pretty sure the files it wants are part... Let me... Hold on. I gotta actually pop onto the Linux system. And... take a look. Let's take a look and see if I can figure out I'm assuming these are static definitions. I think I need to install Build Essential. Yeah, I'm pretty sure these are glibc headers. So I'm probably going to have to fish these out and copy them over and put them somewhere where the compiler can find them. But let me figure out where they actually come from first. So elf.h. Yeah, that's part of the GNU C library. Indian. I'm not seeing anything here that might be complete kill. I just have to figure out how I'm going to work around this problem. I think elf is the only one that, let me see here, what else is actually, that all looks like that's elf code. Well, that's going to be easier said than done. Let me make a folder for headers. Because I think I'm going to have to go on a fishing trip. So let's go... So those are the header files I actually need. But you're locking me to my home folder. So I basically need to go find them and copy them. That's an unexpected... That is actually an unexpected pain point. I did not expect that to be a problem. Crap. I'm legitimately thinking about how to deal with that. I thought this utility was pure C because I have built the kernel from non-Linux systems before. It's been quite a while, but I guess they have C libraries that are a little less threadbare. Well, let's start with the elf header, because that's the one that I'm pretty sure I'm going to need the most, and probably the... All right. Oh, I think it's host C flags. It's not just... oh, it's host extra C flags. Well, that was less broken than I expected it to be. No, that was legitimately less broken than I expected it to be. So, if we go down headers... So it doesn't... That's a deceptive message, so it's including std int here. I'm assuming it's something about std int it doesn't like. Problem is I'm not getting a useful error message. It says on 31. Which one's 31? Oh, yeah, and more thunder. Let me see what chat's saying, because I haven't been looking at chat for a while. I really hate that message because it doesn't tell me what's actually broken. I think I have to run it for the preprocessor. Because when you get this message, error expected, blah, 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 before type def, it usually means that something in the header file it doesn't like, but it's not telling me what it is. And the old GCC was kind of notorious for doing this. Is it save temps that makes it basically leave all the files out? Save temps. V. All right, how do I tell GCC to save the GCC preprocessor output save? -E is what I'm looking for. So where is it putting out this file? So it is putting it there. So if we take a copy, paste, -E. It supposedly did make a -I file. I just don't even see where it may have gone. Which, of course, is completely fucking useless to me. So -E. Alright, so let me go to headers elf 1113. I'm just going to comment that out and see. Hopefully those actually, I could probably get those definitions easy enough, so maybe I should actually grab that. Like, let me see what's actually in said file. So that would be user include bits. Okay, so that's literally just file definitions. We can, yeah, that's fine. I am definitely less optimistic about this than when I started this project. So you want byte swap. Alright, that does look like that will work. And you also want... This file also wants byte swap 16. Did I copy those to the wrong place? Yeah, I did. Not a big deal. Oh, you also want types. I feel like we're very quickly going down a rabbit hole. See, the problem is the bits folder is system specific, so I am kind of worried that this is going to be a nonsense in, nonsense out sort of situation. Okay, so now you want word size. Hold on, there's got to be a better solution to this. There actually has to be a better solution to this. You can build the kernel on other platforms. Before we go down this, does newlib have elf.h? Because trying to get this C library to work, I feel like is possibly a lost cause. I want to just take a look here. So you do have an elf folder in your top level. I presume you'd be able to build the Linux kernel with this. I'm not 100% sure. You have start relocations, part of BFD binary descriptor, blah, blah, blah. I mean, it makes sense to me that you'd be able to build the kernel. Oh, that's interesting. Is that real? And if it is it still here? Apparently, newlib was at one point supported on Interix. The file I'm looking for would be mh. There's mhsigwen. So apparently old versions of newlib did actually support. I'm getting a really terrible idea. If newlib worked on top of Interix. Hold on. All newlib requires to work is like 6. It requires like 3 lines of code. It really just needs to know how to make a syscall, and that should be identical between platforms. Let me look at the change log. Let me look at the top levels. I'm looking at the one on Reswitch. It's definitely not the latest version, but it says it adds support. It adds support for libgas, but doesn't mean that they actually supported it as a target platform. They may have only supported it as a host platform. I don't know if I'm going too deep down the rabbit hole. That might be an option to use the Wacom compiler, but I don't think it would help here. The problem is that I basically need a lot of header definitions. And I don't know if the definitions provided by newlib are good enough. This isn't end of the line, but I am going to have to quite heavily think about this. So here's newlib for Sigwin. Problem is if I build newlib, it doesn't quite get me everything I need. It says, yeah, so that's a host makefile fragment. So it supports as a host platform. I'm assuming MT is target. I legitimately forgot that this step existed, and I'm not completely sure how to get around this problem. I have to actually think about this. So the fundamental problem here is we need relox underscore 32. So relox underscore 32 Linux kernel. Let me see if I can find any sort of documentation on this. Like, what the hell does this tool actually do? So this is the fundamental tool that it builds. It is known to be relatives. The following symbols have been audited. Yeah, that's doing a lot of deep macro crap. Yeah, I believe this is all what I can call deep macro crap. Let me keep ticking away at this. Let me keep getting all the headers and see if I can somehow satisfy it. I am not holding my breath on that one. I'm trying to think of if see the thing is that I have built a Linux kernel under a Linux kernel under Windows before, so I don't remember this being an issue. But I think I did it under Cygwin, and I had to do quite a bit of pain to get that far. So let me grab word size. Let me see how far this actually gets. Now you want type sizes. Fine. Okay, alright. See, it doesn't even tell me all the flipping files at once. I have to literally go through header by header until I kind of hit the lottery. That one, let's see here, LE. Fatal Tools, LE. Byte Shift. Oh, I just noticed that we ended up with a -i file. Hold the boat. Thing is, I can modify these headers freely, so let me see what I can do with them. So you are basically complaining. You also can't find this LE byte shift file, which looks like it's part of the kernel, but I don't see it here. Like, So it's in tools include tools. There. I don't see why that folder isn't being included. Shouldn't make a difference. Let me see if I can at least get rid of that last error. So it's complaining on line 31 that it apparently doesn't know what a uint 16 is, which doesn't make a lot of sense. I believe that would be type def unsigned long. I'm gonna have to figure out what actual. You know what? This is going to be really This is going to be a real pain in the ass. Let me look at my very hacked up copy of lib gcc. Chat, you're really just going to have to bear with me here because I legitimately have to focus on this if I'm going to want to beat this. This unexpected before type def problem is like that is a real problem right now. Because this is definitely all the integer and size types. So at least I have these. So if I add to elf H, oh wait a minute! I just had a realization of what this could be. Hold on, I'm starting to remember how you make old GCC give you fucking useful error messages. I have to find the point in the file it's actually complaining on, because this is not where it's dying. It's dying before this. So this would be an Arch x86 tools and I'm assuming it would be the header file. Yeah, right here. There is a method to this madness. God, I'm up to 140. Okay, so that's going to spew out a lot of crap, which I don't actually care about. I want to just see what the first build failure, the first error is. Assuming I can scroll up that high, which I can't, so that means this has to go to an error log. Or an error logo. So if I uncomment that, okay, you know, I think I just had a realization what actually went. I think it's this begin decals declarations. I'm pretty sure that's a I'm pretty sure that's a glibc thing. I don't think that would work here. Okay, sending that to the error log doesn't actually help me. Well, it does help me, but it doesn't help me for the reasons I would want it to help, you know. Alright, so that make things less broken? That did make things less broken. That made things a lot less broken. Okay, alright. Now we're starting to get somewhere. So if we go back to here, we need to open byte swipe. I'm assuming, yeah, that's not going to work. That may have been the only file that had that weird includes definitions thing. All right, let's see how things look now. I'm assuming it's still going to be fairly unhappy, but maybe we'll have less build failures. Yeah, I mean, chat, that's a lot less failures than it had before. So it was in types, it was also unhappy. Does it say where, like line 30? So it would be probably in bits word size, it's unhappy. But there's nothing here. In file included from... Maybe it'd be something in features? I don't know where it's getting that header file from. Oh, we do have a features file. Interesting. But yeah, look, we did look how many of these we actually did get rid of as compared to what it was before. So it's unhappy with the types header, but I haven't got a fucking clue of why. You know what? I have big brain moment. I know what the previous error was. Why don't I just search for the previous error and see if there's any other instances of that? Okay, that's a lot less failures. So now, what is it actually complaining about? So it's got an error in byte swap. It's got... It doesn't like something about the regex stuff. Unknown type name regex. That's almost certainly a system variable it doesn't have. Whether or not this is actually going to work is going to be an entirely different ball game. So it's dying with something on 43. Oh shit. How the hell do I fix that? Error binary character line 20. You know, it was doing this before with hex constants. And it was not having it. Missing binary operator before token. And it's also doing it on line 95. Missing binary operator before token. Here it's on character 19. So this should never... This function should never... well, actually, that's GNU C, so it should be there. So if prerequisite 64... It's something in the preprocessor it's not actually happy about. It was complaining about byte swap 43. Oh, wait, hold on. It's 43. It doesn't like that macro. Yeah, it does not like that macro. And my keyboard just quit for a moment. Hold on. Yeah, it does. What did I That must be, you know, that must be a glibc macro. Now, GNU C would define that we're on the compiler, so it would be... Let's see if that error actually goes away. That's a strange one. That one should be a built-in. It did go away. So if this is the second one it doesn't like, let's try that. So then we get all the way, so where is it actually? So now we're just down to a handful of errors. Yeah, we are literally down to just a handful of errors. So it wants this reg extended. Where does that come from? It wants that. That is part of regex, which I suspect we don't have. Let's take a look. Oh, we do have it. But we may have a too old of a copy of it. No, we do have it. Okay, so maybe I just have to add that header file? I am not optimistic that even if I get this all to work... Yeah, it doesn't actually include... So... Oh, wait, no, I have it commented out down here. I'm very smart. So it's literally just that function it's unhappy about. Okay, so what is it doing there? $223.20 expected. Oh, it doesn't like our printf. Can we get away without this? $223, $695. Where are these functions used? They're only used when... I'm assuming these... Okay, this looks like this is all debug code. So our printf is a little bit too pathetic to make this work. Yeah, that's definitely making it a little bit too pathetic to make this work. So, format... Because because it's a 64-bit format and it's not happy about that. This is an argument to build 32-bit. But what I can do is I can get rid of that. This just made an argument to build a 32-bit kernel. Because I don't know if this is actually used or not. And then where's the final one? That would be the final one. No, I think we actually have to care about this. If our printf is a little bit too pathetic to make this work. Okay, you know, no, that didn't change the actual errors. Hold on. Let me do some undos. Save. line 234. 243. Oh, it's actually kaput on both 32 and 64-bit. That's... Something about this doesn't look right to me. Yeah, okay, so that... Okay, so this is a macro from int types. Which now makes me wonder if I can actually punt that header over and get it to work. I am very skeptical, but at least now I have an idea of what's going on. How bad is this file to actually get fucking working? I might be able to get away with just taking the definitions. Yeah, I might just be able to get away with taking the definitions. Because that one's looking like I won't be able to just use, but I might as well try it and see if I can get lucky. But that file did not inspire joy looking at it. I'm still surprised we've gone this far, but the proof is when it goes to link. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, chat, you're right. Sorry, I wasn't looking at chat and I got a little bit rabbit holed. So let me open int types. And then let me open here. Yeah, that's not going to work because that's trying to open an Internet Explorer. Let me punt that to the desktop. So you need PRI X32. The problem is our printf may not support this. That actually does look like the only thing we needed. That almost worked. Pre-63 prefix. Alright, so that file comes from here. So word size would be... We're a 32-bit platform, so this would be the word size. We're literally down to one error. Well, 2 errors. What is it complaining about? I'm assuming it... Oh, it probably wants the decimal types. Holy shit, did that build? Chad, I think that built. Holy crap, it's doing header install. Holy fucking crap, I think we did it. I don't know if that's going to work, but it built. I can't believe I actually solved that one. I actually thought that might have been... Yeah, I wasn't looking... I'm going to step away from keyboard, and I'm going to relish in this moment. I am literally in shock that that worked. All right, Chad, this is probably going to take a few minutes, so I'm going to go on break while it goes burr because I just made my brain work hard. I really can't believe that worked. Now, granted, that tool may not actually function, so we may we may run into troubles elsewhere, but it's non-alcoholic, but no, I now have energy drinks. We just have to wait. We gotta just let the header install do its thing. That is a good feeling. That is legitimately a good feeling. I will write my notes in a bit. I'm enjoying the dopamine hit that my brain just gave me because that was like hitting 99 in RuneScape, or I presume it's like hitting 99 in RuneScape because I've never got a 99. No, it is a Kong Strong because it's. Yes, I know. My energy drink game is weak and pathetic. Chat can shame me all at once. I just noticed that this was calling Pearl. It's a really good thing Perl 5.6 apparently is new enough, because I didn't even think about upgrading the system Perl. It is 5.6. It is very ancient Perl, but this is probably a very ancient Perl script. Oh. Ooh, excuse me. Okay, that actually finished. So now all we gotta do is install the headers. So that would be, I'm gonna leave V1 installed. So it's install header path. Let's put it in tools, Linux 64. Linux AMD 64. Because I'm going to still keep trying on a 64-bit kernel. We may have to go to a 32-bit one, but 64-bit amuses me. So this is going to take a while, because it's going to copy and iterate through all the header files. Oh, that was seriously a massive brain dopamine hit. So after this, I might need to build a couple more support libraries, but the next big two, I think, are just bin utilities and GCC. Minimal GCC, then we have to build glibc minimal, and then we can build the full glibc. There is actually this YouTube video from 2006. Yeah, it's doing Linux from scratch. Okay, but it says it's across toolchain, but I just looked at that video. It's not across toolchain. Okay, so this is a Medium article, because I remember this being I've done this from scratch before. I remember this being a I remember I had to build glibs twice when you did this from scratch. Immediately, whenever I do this, I actually cheat and I copy over a pre-built sysroot, which means we would have hit this problem 3 steps later, and I would have been really miserable. But so I'm kind of happy I decided to do this fully from scratch. All right, wow, we're up to 160. God damn. I should have done this on a weekend. I probably would have hit 300. This is an AMD Ryzen 6300 with NVMe storage and 64 gigs of RAM and an NVIDIA A4000 workstation GPU. It has the libraries for X, but it doesn't include an X server. You have to provide your own. Hold on. I can check right now what it is, because yeah, AMD Ryzen 5 3600X 6-core processor at 3.79 gigahertz. Okay, that finished. So if we look in op Linux AMD, yep, that's all the kernel header files. Oh, we are fucking rocking here. Okay, that means the next one up on the list is bin utilities. So let's build a build folder. And let's do the cross bin utilities. So for this to work, it's configure prefix opt Linux. Host is i5A6 PC InterX 3. Target is x64. It would be unknown. Hold on, I don't remember what the triplex says. I have completely forgotten what the fucking triplex says. I want to make sure I actually get this right because it does, like, actually matter. Oh, it's unknown Linux GNU. Okay. We need disable NIS, disable static, enable 64-bit BFD, disable multi-lib, disable W error with sysroot op Linux AMD 64. I'm actually not convinced that that's correct. I am actually not sure that's correct. No, that is not correct. That is actually not correct. The sysroot... The way the sysroot variable works is fucking weird. And I might have actually installed the headers into the wrong location. I remember getting tripped up on this step in the past. Where does it say to install the headers? It says to put it into the tools include folder. Yeah, see, this is why I feel like the CLF guide is wrong, because I am fairly certain that's not how this works. Well, actually, no. With bin utilities... Where does it put... Let me look at how it does the GCC build, because that actually would impact it. Or more specifically, the glibc1. The glibc1 prefix into tools with bin utilities, and then does a make install, and then it does the full build with the cross compile. No, it's gotta be. That's not the sysroot. I was actually correct. Let's just make a new top level directory for this. The sysroot will be. All right, I gotta make sure this. Yeah, target system is x86 unknown Linux. The sys root is basically where the libraries are going to end up when we build the full system, and that's me accidentally hitting my desk. I just realized I also need to check something. I have to make sure that's not GCC 3.3, which I think... Yeah, no, that... Yeah, that also is not right. Yeah. I'm really happy I caught that mistake. Because I only changed it for GCC. So apparently I did move it. Okay, so I can just get rid of that one. 5A6. And then I just have to get the G++ one out of the way. Shouldn't matter for GCJ, but I'm just going to get these all out of the way so it can't accidentally interfere. Okay, we should be good now. We're doing a full Linux from source system built from Windows XP. Or that's the theory anyway. I actually got the host flag wrong. It's, hold on. I actually did get the host flag wrong. It's free 5. I'm just watching the configure messages to make sure everything is happy. Now we wait. We're just sending it. I've already had to do some major patching with the Linux kernel to make it happy to install its header files. I'm a little concerned what's going to happen when we come back around to that. I can bump the music up, probably because the sound system is actually... Alright. Wow, that's taking its sweet time. I'm probably just going to use the default config. We don't need anything special. I do think I'm going to net boot the kernel, although for just testing it, I'll copy it over to the Debian VM and then see if it boots. I mean, it doesn't really matter all that much. I'm just kind of strapping in right now because this is going to be a project. I'm not on Linux. I'm running on a Windows host system, and I don't really want to deal with getting QEMU. Also, apparently Google is selling off Chrome if my Reddit main page is to be believed. Well, there was Gentoo for Interex. That was, in fact, a thing. I even have a CD image of it. And if you've enjoyed this content, please like and subscribe. And if you really enjoy it, consider becoming a member or supporting the channel on Patreon, which also gives you to the edited devlogs catching you up with this project. I use Windows because I make YouTube content. Trying to use DaVinci Resolve on Linux has been painful for a variety of reasons. You can get it to work, but it was such a clusterfuck that I just decided to go with Windows, and I have no regrets with that. Honestly, when this machine reaches end of life, I'll probably get an editing Mac, and then I'll just use this machine for VMs. Because for vintage computing, this is basically fine. Sorry, I'm like, definitely reaching, like, my brain is a little bit fuzzed at the moment. I think I used 99.9% of my brain solving that last issue, and it's having issues returning. I've tried Uzo here, and it was okay. It tasted like licorice booze, and honestly, I don't see myself like ever ordering it myself. I do have a MacBook Pro. It's just my desktop finally made it to Greece, so it's a lot nicer to work on than the laptop. What did Jay Leno do? Um, I admittedly don't really look at Leno all that often. Like, obviously I know the name, but yeah, but I mean, let's be honest. Most computers have become e-waste. Like, that's one of the biggest problems. We always have to have the newest and fastest systems, and because the newest and fastest systems are also generally more energy efficient, it's like all that plastic, all that stuff just goes right into the bin now. Admittedly, computers are made out of what is essentially thinking sand, so it's not all that bad. But I also think of all the plastic that went into all into the cases and stuff, like all those, like how many Dell Inspirons and such. It was very liberating to find new homes for everything. Like, I don't think I'm going to collect any sort of vintage hardware. I really did start it for this channel, and I've never been much of a materialistic person. Like, for most of my life is fit in a backpack. It's a little bit more than that these days. Now it's a backpack and a suitcase, but that's what I came to here with Greece. And the only things that I realistically shipped was a small number of personal effects, my desktop, and my NAS, which caught up with me about a few weeks ago. So now we're just patiently waiting for glibc to actually build. Well, it's nice to know that Jay Leno is not as a decent human being. That is such a, I mean, I think that's the worst part is, we like to think that the evils of the past are that in the past, like those who supported the Third Reich, Mussolini's, what the hell were they called? Brown shirts? Yeah, they were the brown shirts. And the like, but realistically speaking, a sizable portion of humanity are just complete shitheads. And sometimes I feel like you're in the minority if you have empathy. Rosie, Greece was the option I had. There were multiple reasons that brought me here, so that's a story for another time, and I'm probably going to put a video on it at some point on my Ends Life in Greece channel, which at this point is kind of languishing because I don't even have the willpower to do Greek study. I had my Greek lesson for the week yesterday, and I've done a little bit of offline study, but I kind of want to get this done, and this doesn't drain me in the same way Greek does. Like, when I do Greek, I fucking end up a potato. Plus, YouTube ad revenue is kind of nice for, like, being able to eat. I mean, here's the thing, is that you can complain about Apple all you want, but if you talk about smartphones represent about 20% of carbon emissions. Lithium-ion batteries require rare earth metals. You need cobalt, which by and large is one of the biggest sources of conflict in Africa. I mean, you can say, and on average, the average smartphone only gets 2 to 3 years of use. Yeah, Mitch Bank, that's kind of what I'm going for. I mean, let's be honest. When was the last time anyone got something repaired? I mean, it's much more common, I've seen, for people just to buy a new one. Because, the money you spent repairing an old thing, you can get something even better now because, that's the pace of technology. It's endless consumerism, and I hate it. I mean, honestly, being around it constantly in the States really bugged me. When I lived in Alaska, it was a lot less bad, as well as when I've lived in other rural areas, but it has been non-existent here, and I really fucking appreciate that. Well, my last video said I was living in Portland, so yeah, there's a lot has happened in the last 6 months. Like I said, it's kind of a different thing going on here. I mean, let's be honest, smartphones in some ways has probably made communication easier. It's definitely made a lot of daily tasks easier. I'm not convinced they've made life better, though. Like, one of my biggest criticisms of tech as a whole is it sells itself as the universal solution for anything. And if anything, I feel like tech has made our life worse, not better. I mean, at the end of the day, we have a couple of huge mega tech companies. The idea of a decentralized internet is somewhat laughable in the current year. Um, wow, waiting for Gmake is becoming a real theme with this project. I didn't see anything fail to build, so maybe there's a good chance that this actually works. I mean, let's be honest. I know my audience skews a lot younger than I am. I've always been surprised by that from my analytics. I always thought I'd get the 30, 40 something crowd, but I guess it's just because, 15 to 25-year-olds have more free time, so they're more on YouTube. And, when I grew up, smartphones weren't a thing. The computer and the internet was just in its earliest days, but it feels like a distraction. Like, public spaces have disappeared from society. Everything is basically family friendly now. Like, if you're not with wife and kids, it feels like you're just an interloper. Like, there's an entire book, Times Square Red, Times Square Blue, that actually talks about the evolution of this in New York City. And it feels like parks are disappearing, and even when there, it's like, when the hell are the community events in them? When I lived in Oregon, they were few and far between. They weren't particularly common in New York City. And the digital has replaced real life meetings, and I think we've lost something due to that. And half the reason it's replaced real life meetings is because real life meetings have become so damn expensive. Like, I don't remember the last time I could just go out, hang out with friends, and not at least spend a bunch of money on something. I'll be 37 this year. Actually, less than 30 days. My birthday's in May. Well, the language barrier, honestly, I would say no. I mean, it's... Maybe if I was in Athens, it would be similar, but, there was this giant Easter celebration. The town, the city itself, or the town, not the city, bought a bunch of lambs, cooked them on an open grill, and then served them free to anyone who showed up. Like, there are things like that in North America. Like, I've been told that there's a sec thing like that in BC. But I've never experienced that in New York City. Even when you have street fairs in New York, and God knows even before the pandemic, I cannot remember the last street fair I actually remember in the city of New York. I remember a few in Brooklyn and Queens, but not in Manhattan. Like, I'd have to go into the early noughts to remember to. Yeah, I think actually early noughts. But the idea that there's a giant holiday, everyone gets together, regardless, eats free food, and so forth, and it was like a proper celebration. Now, I don't speak Greek very well or almost at all. And I'm like, this is what human connection was like. You're sitting there, you're part of a community, you're eating very tasty meat. The church had their doors open for service. It's an Orthodox country, so all Orthodox Christian churches. Not a whole lot of people in the churches, but it wasn't nothing. And I was just like, I mean, Greece is not a big market in Europe. The language itself is largely speaking only spoken here and in Cyprus. The Greek this not dysphoria this there's a lot of Greeks that live outside of Greece, but by and large, there's not much market for Greek media and such. So, you get things like, you don't have the giant invasion of the giant corporations here. It wasn't always like that. Like, in the thing is that the United States has just become diaspora. Yeah, that was the word I was looking for. It wasn't always like that. And even in Western Europe, I have, that was one of the biggest things. It's like, when I was in Berlin, it really felt like the only two things to do were drink or go, well, you could drink, you could go to a nightclub, which admittedly has never been my thing. I've gone to a few, but meh. Or see the museums. Like, that was really all it felt like. And it's kind of the reason why half the time I go to Western Europe, I don't feel like I've gone anywhere. Now, in comparison, when I worked in China, lived is a bit of a stretch, but I do consider myself have. There were night markets every night. You would go around, you would interact with people. Now, I don't speak Chinese, but you're still interacting with people, you're eating food. And a few people did speak English, so I did have some conversations there. And I was on the very edge of Shanghai, so it wasn't like it was touristy area. It was like, I don't think I'd ever want to live in China, but I can definitely appreciate it for what it is. And, well, no, I actually... No, I don't think I would actually want to live in China, but I've enjoyed all my visits to that part of the world. Aside from Macau could fall into the ocean. I think the world would be a better place. It is literally just a giant casino. It has one historical site, but all there is to do is gamble. And when I've been to Africa, I experienced this, similar things like, when I flew to Tunis for a meeting and I got really fucking sick. Like, it was one of the few times that international travel had did me in. Like, it's rare, but it does happen. I think this may have actually frozen. Let me give it a Control C and Control Build. Diaspora. Thank you. So I was basically dealing with the most unholiest Montezuma's revenge in Tunis, and the owner of the guest house, it wasn't like a main chain place. He was regularly checking in on me, and we even had a few meals together because I wasn't coughing or sneezing. I was just feeling incredibly ill. And I really remember that experience, and I don't even remember it that badly, despite my innards wanting to kind of murder the rest of me. In Morocco, I've been to Morocco a few times, and I remember good experiences, but I'm trying to put them into words. Like, you always had the large active bazaars. Like, I remember sitting at a cafe in Marrakesh, and I think I just sat there for, like, basically the entire day. I was reading a book slowly on a Kindle, drinking the occasional coffee, and, I would watch people come into the coffee house. They would sit down, they would, no, that was in Marrakesh. I'm pretty sure they were smoking, that was in Marrakesh, they were smoking hookah. I don't think I saw hookah in Istanbul. It's the only other place I could think that I would have seen that. So it must have been Marrakesh. And like again, I don't speak Arabic, but you're hearing people talking. I mean, how often have you had a conversation with a stranger? Like, I don't remember the last time I struck up a random conversation in North America. Or more specifically, I don't remember the last time someone struck up a conversation with me. I will do it on occasion. It was rare. And this is kind of why I feel like, you know, something in Western society just doesn't feel right anymore. And I don't know if it's tech or if it's older than that. Like, from the way my parents act, I kind of get the impression that in many ways it was true for their generation as much as ours. But what do I know? But it really does feel like a breath of goddamn fresh air, and also not being around U.S. politics 24/7 and the most negative. That's literally an objective statement. The most negative news on the planet. It really, to say it's done a lot for my mental health really is understating it. When I was in Alaska, I did have quite a few conversations with people, as well as in the Canadian interior. But we are talking about places that are on the very edge of, I don't want to say the edge of civilization, but we're talking at the edge of, well, silent majority, where are you? Because I've experienced that I experienced that quite a bit in St. John's. I actually picked up a bunch of hitchhikers when I drove out there. So I had company in the car all the way from Podox Bascule all the way out to St. John's. So, you know, the 11-hour drive across the island. And I've definitely experienced it when traveling on the Trans-Canada, but I've never experienced it in Toronto or Montreal. Yeah, see, you're in Eastern Ontario. That's what I mean. I've driven through Eastern Ontario. I experienced it there. But, you know, there aren't that many people that, you know, year over year, most people move from rural to cities, not the other way around. You know, I've been reading translations of Greek politics. It's not the horse shit that we have in the United States. You know, I hate to put it very bluntly. The fact is that quite literally, a neo-Nazi party was successfully banned here. I mean, even Germany is having problems with that problem, so it says a lot. There's been a lot of anti-corruption breakdown, and by and large, Parliament is not constantly deadlocked over infighting. I'm definitely not saying it's perfect, but as compared to, and even then, it's not even all that much talked about. It's not like you're seeing Fox News or CNN every 3 seconds in every store. Honestly, maybe, like I said, it's not perfect, but, you know, the government isn't exactly blaming a minority group for all of its problems and scapegoating it as a policy of one of the major parties. I consider that a victory for human rights. It does help that, I think a part of that is that the junta is still in living memory. Uh-oh. I just saw a build failure. Hopefully that's not a terrible one to fix. Golden Dawn was banned. It was banned quite a few years ago. Like, don't get me wrong, corruption is a problem here in Greece, and it's still rated, I think it's 56, although it's improved year over year. Well, I'm really astounded watching the Canadian Conservative Party go full MAGA. Like, it doesn't surprise me, but I really got the impression that the Canadian national identity is they aren't Americans. So listening to flavored MAGA is interesting. Silent Majority, I have seen their platform. Their platform is fucking garbage. Considering they only posted it shortly before the actual election. So, apparently we have this function. MB State... Silent Majority, I'm going to have to disagree with you with that. I'm sorry. I legitimately have to disagree with you on that. You can argue it all you want, but I've watched CBC. I consider it a net positive for a country to have media that is not in the pocket of billionaires. So we have this defined flag of MBRT. Oh, it's MBR. Okay, so it helps if I get the function name right. No, I did get that right. MBR. So what does this have MB state? It sounds like multi-byte stuff. So apparently we do... So this function apparently does exist. MB state is the magic function here. So what is this function? Doesn't exist. Oh wait, I know why it doesn't exist. It won't be in this configure script. It would be here. There we go. All right, let me make some notes so I don't forget what I'm going. So I think the correct way to solve this problem, config cache. I'm just kind of staying out of that discussion in chat. I'm watching it. Keep it civil. If it starts becoming uncivil, I will start muting people. Just fair warning. I'm going to stick it. I've already made the fact that I've already said my opinion. So I'm hoping that solved the issue. I'm also hoping I'm not going to have other issues because of it. Assuming that this builds, I believe the next step is we are actually going to build across the cross tool chain. I'm hoping Gmake didn't hang again. Like, this is coming a little bit of a running theme here. What is going on? Oh, yeah, that almost certainly did actually crash. I really have to just stop paralyzing builds. Like, at some point I will learn. Thank you for the subscription. Endure. Okay, at least that part I can read. Alright, and if you enjoyed this content, make sure you like, subscribe, and if you really enjoy it, consider becoming a member. There are edited videos. The full project will be released publicly. The full video project will be released publicly once it's done, which hopefully will be soon. Yeah, because probably tomorrow I'll edit this video, and I think on Saturday we will do the actual kernel compile. Because right now, when we hit Hello World, I'm going to call it. I'm legitimately surprised we're at 160, considering this is a midweek stream. I do think the Linux kernel... I think the Linux kernel build stream is going to be on the weekend, and I will time it probably for about this time on Saturday. Yeah, that sounding like a good idea to me, because that way I get to maximize the number of people that show up for it. Definitely some high-hanging fruit that we're going to have to do, though. Iblihani Abiman. Yeah, well, I've been at this for what, 2 weeks now? Yeah, I think this is probably week 2, the end of week 2 on this. We had to do considerable patching to get GCC working. Alright, so once bin utilities is done, we then have to build the cross GCC. I am really hoping we walk away from this stream with a cross compiler. Really wish Gmake was faster. We are literally seeing the reason why Ninja exists. I gotta open the window again. One thing that I am looking forward to is it is getting warm enough here that I'm going to be able to start wearing my kilt again. So that's definitely something I'm looking forward to. Yeah, CBC is the Canadian Broadcasting Company. It's really fascinating watching Question Time. Something I did when I was spending a lot of time up north of the border. Like, the idea, I mean, admittedly, you basically hear the PM basically give the same answer over and over again. But there is something to be said about the opposition directly asking the ruling party questions on behalf of their constituents. Like, I don't know if it would actually make a difference, but in the U.S. But I mean, when I was up in Canada, I was literally watching the. I believe it would have been Trudeau at the time. Trudeau basically getting grilled over the cost of groceries, and essentially Lovelob's basically taking advantage of monopolistic pricing up north in Canada. Yeah, I enjoy kilts. I really do. I got one a while ago, and I definitely want to get another one. I would like to get a full length one because it's been the winter was a little too cold, but I've got a I've definitely got a I do enjoy them. Not everyday wear, but definitely something I do when the weather is warm. I think I posted pictures of me in a video wearing a kilt, although I don't actually know if I did that. That may have only been on Discord. Not that my channel's been particularly active for the last few months, so, like, whatever. There's a great irony that the only one not fixing prices is Walmart. Oh, in the I don't know if it's true in Canada, but south of the line we have what's known as the Walmart effect. That Walmart shows up to a community, then all the local businesses go out of all the local businesses basically go kaput, and then it is quickly followed by Walmart raising its prices. It's a fairly known and documented phenomenon. I actually watched it happen more or less in real time when I was living in rural Massachusetts. I gotta cough up a license for my backup software. Blah. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. It doesn't really surprise me. There are ones that basically work in winter that go farther down. Maybe I don't know if you would actually call it a kilt, but I've seen them sold like that in the States. Yeah, feeling shred, I definitely know exactly what you mean. It's that, that was one of the biggest things I did is I made a real point to cut Amazon out of my life, and my God, I did not regret that decision. Especially now because Amazon is no longer a part of my life. There is the Avalon equivalent, which is Scroots. But the only branch of Amazon that even will deliver to Greece is Amazon DE. Their selection's pretty garbage. The prices are much higher, and the shipping fees are murder. And half the time you actually have to search what you want in German if you want it to show up. I mean, if the UK was still in the EU, I could probably use amazon.co.uk. But you know what? If the Cyril River Company goes out of business, I don't think I'm going to lose sleep. No, there's actually an argument to be made that California would do better as an independent republic. I forgot what the actual breakdown is, but it's something like 30 to 40% of all California taxes are essentially subsidiaries for the rest of the country. There's a few states that's not true for, mostly the coastal, New York. I don't know where Texas stands these days. Well, okay, at least I know what that problem is. This is variations on a theme, so I just need to figure out why this variations on a theme is happening. I'm assuming I basically just need these header definitions. I didn't actually realize Amazon Ireland is a thing, but, I don't want to be giving money to George Bezos. It's not George Bezos. Well, it's Bezos. What the fuck is his first name? Jeff Bezos. Yeah, I saw the news about that, and it doesn't surprise me. I mean, with some exceptions, by and large, California has done well in investing its own infrastructure. It's got good geography. It's frankly got a lot of things going for it. I would never really want to live in Cali. I honestly hate. Honestly, San Francisco was probably my least favorite city in the United States. Um, I mean, to be honest, it's not a matter of subsidy. I mean, the fact of the matter is that due to the way the Electoral College works in the United States, provinces in Canada have a lot more autonomy than individual states do. And that's also not counting the fact that Canada has the notwithstanding clause in its constitution. Canada's questionable innovation for the advancement of political science. For those who don't know, there's a large part that basically Canada's two root documents these days are the Canadian Constitution and the what the hell is it called? Well, before I get to that, I actually need to fix this build failure. Pretty sure this just needs some header fixes. Yeah, and the main use of the notwithstanding clause has been basically denying. It's been used to prevent passage of trans rights in Saskatchewan and Manitoba. In Quebec, it's been used to basically keep to enforce French language laws, and it was effectively what was needed to get the charter passed. I do appreciate the fact that the Canadian Charter was drafted in Hull in a kitchen, and thus the name of the founding it's known as the Kitchen Cabinet that drafted the charter. There is something to be said about about Canadian humor. We're still trying to get bin utilities basically built. I went down a fairly deep rabbit hole getting the kernel's support utilities building, and we've done that. So we're kind of limping towards the far end of this cross compiler. I just haven't liked California in general. Like, I can't think of a time where I've really had a good time in Cali. And, like, that's almost certainly a me problem, but regardless, it's like... A lot of with California, I feel like it is very expensive for what it is. It really feels like Silicon Valley ruined the place. Like, compared to what it used to be, well, I don't know if I'm being nostalgic for something I didn't experience, but back in the days where essentially San Francisco was LGBT capital of the world and counterculture was norm, it's basically these days become so conformed as to become an actual square. And, on top of that, you have incredibly bad homeless problems, no real attempt to fix it, and there's a pretty good chance that Southern California is going to deal with probably one of the worst droughts of mankind. I mean, that's true for a lot of the American South, but South Cali really has it bad. So, you know, that's not true. I've actually enjoyed San Diego. That's about the one place in California I actually remember having somewhat decent experience in. But every time I've gone to LA and every time I go to San Francisco, I have felt like I just feel like I spent a lot of money for very little. And I can't understand how anyone lives in San Fran and doesn't go mad. Yeah, I'm aware of that. That Quebec. I mean, there was the effort to try and basically amend the charter to make Quebec happier with it. I forgot what those. The Accords fell apart at the last minute because they couldn't get the last vote they needed. But I've actually I've actually paid attention to politics north of the line to see what they're thinking. Like I've driven down, I've done the I-5 drive. I've driven down 101, and I've also driven down CA1, and it's like, yeah, it's really pretty, but there was nothing all that appealing to it. Now maybe Lucy is right, and it's just because I'm a New York native. But I mean, I lived in Oregon. It wasn't a. I lived in both Oregon and Alaska. I really liked. I like both Oregon, although Portland has definitely seen better days. Well, you know, the most Canadian thing I ever saw was actually on Prince Edward Island. There's the fixed link to the mainland is called Confederation Bridge, which is it's the longest bridge over open ocean in North America, and it's like the third longest bridge in North America. China has smashed those records, but I'm pretty sure it's still true for the continent. And in Prince Edward Island, there's a whole museum about building it, and there's literally an entire section that is an apology for naming it after Canada on the basis that too many things in Canada are named after the Confederation. And it specifically says it was named after Confederation Bridge in an effort to bring unity after the Quebec independence referendum. So, but I remember just staring at this thing, and it was like, this is the most Canadian thing I have ever seen. Lake. Actually, one of the last things I did before I popped off to Europe is I actually drove the last part of the Trans-Canada. I haven't quite driven it end to end. I didn't drive the BC section of the Trans-Canada, nor the Albertan section. I've driven through BC on my way to and from Alaska as well as Yukon, but I've been to all the Canadian provinces as well as Yukon Territory. I, at some point, hope to get Northwest Territories and none of it, but who knows? I don't know if I'll ever see... I'll probably see North America again at some point, but it won't be anytime soon. But yeah, it really was it was the single most Canadian thing I saw. And I'm not exactly sure how naming a bridge in New Brunswick to Prince Edward Island somehow helps with Quebec nationalism. Like, the whole logic there felt very suspect. Mm-hmm. I've biked across large portions of the United States. I haven't done it in Canada, but I did put some pretty serious thought about the Trans-Canada Trail. I was planning this coming summer, had I stayed in North America, to do something like that. Like, if you're living off a bicycle, you'd be amazed at how your cost of living goes to basically zilch. Yeah, I'm in Europe. Greetings from Greece. So nice to see that Newsy has shown up and has just caught up to the fact that I've gone from West Coast United States to as about far east in Europe as you can without actually ending up in Russia. I mean, Asia is literally on there's a Turkey there, but it's what 400 kilometers, if that, from basically anywhere in Greece to Asia. See, I was hoping to visit Scotland this summer. I have an invitation from a friend to go out to Y in the Netherlands. The problem is I can't leave Greece right now because I'm still waiting for my paperwork to process, so I can't leave the country, period. If I get it before this summer is over, I was going to probably go to Y and then pop over to the UK and then drive up to the Orkneys because I've always wanted to drive. I've always wanted to do the full experience of going up the UK and also see what the British consider a long drive, as I laugh in both American and Canadian. Well, right now I don't have public health care. Until my immigration status is landed, I don't have access to the public health care. I do have access to insurance here, and it's laughably cheap as compared to what I was paying in the US, so that's nice. Like, if I suddenly need to go to the hospital, I'm not going to be bankrupted here, even if I don't have full access to public service. Silent majority. That's why I have an amateur radio license. The problem is that the only thing that lets me legally stay in Europe is permission from the Greek government. I can't enter the rest of the Schengen zone as of right now. So, hey, that actually built. Fucking hell. That took forever. Wait, NeoZ, did you just build a Linux kernel on Windows? Like, I'm assuming it's not as cursed as this, but now I have to look at virtually fun. God, I wish I started a blog 15 years ago, but I have not been... Oh, you built an old Linux kernel. Yeah, you built 0.1. You didn't have to patch the native tools. Yeah, I can drive manual. I can definitely drive manual. I actually do have a car here. Driving in Greece, I like it more than I like Germany. I really found... I was astounded at how poor the quality of the autobahns were. Like... And... They literally drive like maniacs. I felt safer driving in Mexico than I ever did in Germany. So now we're still waiting for the install to go. I'm gonna have a little bit of a snack while this goes. I'll be back in like a minute. Oh, you know, wow, this is some chewy chicken. Oh. Yeah, you know, Neozy, I'll make you a channel mod because I've known you for ages at this point. So that will let you post links in chat as well. Oh, that was tasty. I gotta tell you, the quality of the meat I've had here in Europe, there's no comparison to the quality in the U.S. unless you pay obnoxiously high prices. Like, you really don't, you don't appreciate food standards until you don't have them. Yeah, so feel free to post links, Neozed. Oh, that was really good meat. I am hoping at some point I will. So to give you an idea of where my amateur radio license is, I'm currently having back and forth emails. Oh, fudge. Oh, right. This problem. I don't know, Newsy, you and I should probably do like a collaboration at some point. Like, I have really fond memories of when you and I were working on Darwin back in the day, and my microphone has drifted away. Well, you know, it's like here you throw some pork on the grill and it actually has flavor and juice. When I've done pork on the grill in the US or in Canada, I honestly feel like the only way you get flavor out of it is you fucking marinate it. Yeah. Yeah, aren't you you're currently in are you currently in the UK, or did you cuz I know you left Hong Kong. You know I had these commented out. I probably had them commented out for a reason. No, I mean, here's the thing is that the United States is the richest country on the planet. It's got some of the most worst healthcare. It's got, I think it's only second to the UK in terms of actual, like, social stratification, like the ability to actually, like, move up and down in the world. It's like it's holding up an image of itself of the America dream, and it's just cheap advertising from a military recruiter. I really do, like, it's hard to put it into words. Yeah, well, I mean, in many ways, the Iron Curtain may no longer exist, but its effects on Eastern Europe very much still around. I always felt that, like, Eastern Germany, not I haven't done that much in Eastern Germany, but I've enjoyed the places I've visited and seen in Eastern Europe. But you can also see what the effects of Soviet occupation were on it. No, I've never had a problem with the shower pressure in the U.S. If anything, I miss. That's one of the things I do actually miss. It's not particularly great here. Okay, it does look like we're running the install step now. Feeling shred. I hope that's you're being serious and not facetious. Yeah, I've heard the American civil religion. I'm fully aware of it. Learning that that was an actual term explains so much about the fucking U.S. Like, it was a conclusion that I had come to on my own that the way I had come to it on my own was the United States have this idea. There's the idea that it's a Christian nation under Bible, blah, 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 blah. But it seemed completely divorced from the teachings of the church. Like, even as a kid, I thought that. And as I got older, it really, I learned about the actual term American civil religion. It's like, oh, this makes so much fucking sense. And then seeing what the current state of U.S. politics is, that is the inevitable end result of such a thing. The bread flour is not bad. It's fuck ton better than what I could get in Canada, and it's on par with the higher quality stuff I could get in the U.S. The problem is we've got to build a lot of little small components, and the build keeps getting stuck for various issues. I'm pretty sure we're near the end of it. So that's BFD building. I've never heard of it, Lucy. Yeah, the name sounds familiar. I just don't know why I know that name. That being said, it's not a particularly uncommon name either. Neither Rebecca nor Black are particularly rare first name or surnames. So is it doing build or is it actually... So it just linked gas. Adrian... Well, yeah, no, Adrian Black. Yeah, that's probably why I'm getting conflated. Although I'm pretty sure I've known a Rebecca Black, although I suspect it was just coincidence. Alright, so where are we? We're currently building the actual bin utilities folder. It does feel like it's going around in circles. It was the first oh god, Wayland in 2016. That just kind of sounds miserable. Like that sounds legitimately miserable. So it's entering the etc. folder. I'm pretty sure we're... I feel like a broken record. I feel like I keep saying that. Yeah, it's not trivial to do this. You have to know... trying to get a cross-compiler out of GCC is like pulling goddamn teeth. I'm pretty sure NeoZed can remembers all the fun we had with Apple's cross-compiler in Rhapsody. 2016 was a good year. Then it went downhill. God, we're really just watching this go slowly. Ubuntu 16.04, I felt like it was the last release that I don't remember annoying me, except... I mean, in some ways, my life got better during the pandemic, which really says a lot about my life prior to this YouTube channel. I'm an Ubuntu core developer, so I was, I ran Ubuntu. I was hired in Canonical in 2009. I was a Mo2 in 2008. And I think I got core developer status in 2011 or 2012. I still have it. Despite no longer working for Canonical. So if I ever really wanted to, I could just go right back to Linux development. Well, yeah, that was also the Win 7 of the Windows era. I occasionally look through Virtually Fun to figure out if I can build on one of your bad ideas to make a bad idea video. I figure, but I admittedly haven't found a lot of inspiration. Oh, fuck me. Why are you fucking dying on that? You're dying on that because I'm commenting this out. And you need that definition, and you don't know what... Oh, you do have that. Okay, so hold on. I know how to fix that. I know how to fix that! Wait, hold on. No, yeah, that is literally just defined there in the top level. So, did I lose the std, No, it's there, std def. It should be being pulled in. Which is concerning that it's not. Any food or ingredient that I found worse in Greece? Worse? No. There are some things I haven't been able to find. Let's see here. Anything with spice is non-existent. Like, I gained such a taste for spicy food living in Asia. It's unreal. The closest Greeks get to spice is sriracha sauce, and like, that's not spice, that's flavoring. 700-year-old vampire, I have had that idea. I legitimately have. The problem is doing anything VMS has issues. I don't know. There is a part of me, though, that kind of wishes I started a blog instead of a YouTube channel, because you can blog a lot easier than you can make a YouTube channel. That said, I don't think I'd be motivated enough to continue with this, because this channel got me out of a very bad and dark chapter of my life. And I've mostly just been continuing it, partially because of revenue, but I also like live streaming. But I do feel kind of pigeonholed into the type of content that I need. This is really fucking driving me crazy. Why can it not find those definitions? I have that type. Wait, why is this branch active? So unsigned int. The only way I could do AIX is if I did it in an emulator, but I had no real desire to even return to the platform. It's not mad. No, I mean, feeling shred. That's exactly. I enjoyed my time in Mexico. I really did. I regret not moving there when I had the visa for it, but I was under a lot of pressure from my family not to do it because they have the typical American view that Mexico is filled. You know what? Typical American view of Mexico, I think, basically sums it up. I'm assuming this build's still going to fail because I'm pretty sure I only fixed one header file, but I want to see if the problem goes away. Now, all we got to do is all we have to do is find someone to have... I mean, the fact is they got NT4 working on a Wii. Maybe we can get someone to get AIX running on a Wii, and then we can really make IBM cry. Because it turns out the AIM initiative... all they needed was Nintendo. Yeah, okay, that did make that problem go away. Fucking hell, this is like just proving to be a cavalcade of pain. Alright, build, damn you. Build. I'm going to go have a little bit to eat. So I'll be back in a few minutes. good. It's still building. I mean, this really feels like the XKCD about my code's compiling, except I'm just eating some chicken on the side. If I could run PowerPC for OS 2, I would try building some apps with the cross compiler. Yeah, AIX on the Wii would probably there would be rage from some circles. I still find it amazing in hindsight that I got Raymond Chan to comment on my video. Like, that was probably, like, I feel like I hit the peak, and I'm never going to actually get there. I already built it from libld, so I think we're good. I just wish this wasn't the slowest fucking make command known to mankind. No, that's not true. I've dealt with slower makes. But this is a pretty slow make. Yeah, he's been at Microsoft since God Eternal. Like, he's been there, I think he's been there since the 9X days, maybe even before that. Yeah, my Asterisk server is still in the cloud. I haven't used it all that recently. I have thought about using it before I was able to upgrade the internet here somewhere, but even with upgraded internet, it's still pretty terrible video quality. I mean, would you want... The question is, you know, I had the option to possibly work for Microsoft when I was at Mixer. And I wasn't willing to move back to the West Coast for it, because at that point in my life. But the idea of working for a giant megacorp and just being a cog in the machine, it's... I don't know if it's necessarily a bad life, but it feels like a soulless life. I mean, for some people, work is just a thing they do, and then there's other people that actually enjoy it. Like, both my parents are doctors, and it feels like neither one was around a whole lot when I was young, to put the nicest way I can put it. It's their job was more important than almost anything else in their life. That was a lot of how I felt at Canonical, except Canonical killed like more projects than they actually did. I kept getting assigned basically... Either I got assigned to a project that management would kill 6 months later, or I just got busy work. And it was so soulless by the end of it. Like, I had never wanted to go into tech as a field. I had always enjoyed it as a hobbyist, but that was it. I never wanted to work on it. Yeah, Sarah, I've heard that with Microsoft, to be honest. That was not... That was... It wasn't quite as true at Canonical, but Canonical was going in a bad way when I left. And if you've seen their hiring process, you can understand why I left. I mean, Newsy, that doesn't make, that part doesn't bother me, because let's be honest, NT is a collaborative work. But how do I want to put this? At the end of the day, your job at a major corporation is to make the corporation money. And, this can be a two-way street. There's what's known in Seattle as Boeing families. They're families that have basically worked for the Boeing company for 3 to 4 generations, as mechanics, as fabricators. But in return, the company, they had good pensions from the company. They had job advancements. You were part of something bigger. You were literally part of Boeing. And then Boeing merged with McDouglas Arthur, and McDouglas Arthur's management was the surviving management. And now you have what Boeing is today. And I mean, that's what the entire corporate, that's what corporate America has become. Like, I don't know about my parents, but my grandparents both had pensions from their careers. A lot of boomers do have pensions if they were working class. Like, the idea that you work a job, you could afford a house, you can afford a family. It was dead before the Great Recession. Because I was working before the Great Recession hit, and it wasn't even affordable then. And these days, I mean, look at the price of real estate in North America. The only place, in red states, tends to be a lot cheaper. Like, you can live for almost nothing if you want to be in the Dakotas or Nebraska, but yeah. Right now, I'm currently going back to school for full time because at this point, I really do think my undergrad is about the best thing I can do to make long-term life in Greece sustainable, because it will be, I'll be much more hireable in a less favorable market condition. The thing is that cost of, where I'm living in Greece is very cheap. Like, it is obscenely cheap. And I'm not particularly strapped for money at this point in my life for various reasons. And so I can, at this point, I could actually live off what the YouTube channel brings in, as long as I continue making content. It's not going to be amazing, but this is basically... Knowing that I could actually live off what I get from ad revenue is such a giant burden off, and a lot of it is because, I popped off to the continent. I still get paid to my U.S. account. I'm still a U.S. citizen. Thanks for subscribing, Motsec. Yeah, we're still waiting for bin utilities to build. Very, very slowly. It's the make file is just obnoxiously slow. We still have to do the standard GCC build. We may not finish this today. I'm actually realizing that it's already been 4.5 hours. We haven't even gotten to GCC. Granted, we lost like an hour and a half of me trying to to deal with the Linux kernel build dependencies. So, Yeah, there's no there. I still have to pay taxes. United States taxes on citizenship. There's no getting around that one. Yeah, about the only upside is I won't have to pay Greek taxes because there is a tax treaty between the U.S. and Greece that's actually not that terrible. So at least I'm not getting double taxed. But unless the only way you get out of that is if you renounce citizenship, and yeah. The problem you use is ad blockers. It is ad blockers all the way down, and the fact is you can install an ad block trivially on a mobile phone, like there are ways to do it. Okay, we're in the install step. Fucking hell, it actually built. Woo! That said, I've had this really cursed idea, Neozed. The idea of building Linux from scratch with DJ GPP. And the worst part is, well, I don't think you could build the whole system, but I'm pretty sure you could potentially build the Linux kernel. I mean, what astounds me is how many people just surf the web without ads, without ad blockers. And considering that uBlock Origin is dead in Chrome, or on life support, I shouldn't say it's dead yet, but its days are very much numbered. Yeah, Agent Monroe, that was kind of what happened at Canonical, aside from the fact that Canonical became the large, well-known startup. And then I had the experience of being at a startup. I was at Mixer. I was a contractor for Mixer. But there was some talk about hiring me on full-time, and then the Microsoft acquisition went. And I was like, I'm not putting myself through this. I'm not going to move to Seattle to work at a company that... No. I'm at the point that I'm going to switch back to Firefox. I just have to get over the inertia to actually do it. The problem is I have an iPhone. I switched off Android when my last phone got destroyed, and I was so fed up with the state of the Android platform that I just bought a $100 cheap secondhand iPhone, and honestly, it's worked better than my last two Android phones. Yeah, the only reason that I would have to figure out how to do with DJ GPP is I don't think it self-hosts, which means I'd have to Canadian cross a cross compiler, which I've always wanted an excuse to do. I've just never found a reason to do it. But I need a way to both have case sensitivity and long file names. Like, that's that. Well, although if I'm only building the Linux kernel itself, I could probably patch my way out of that problem. The only way I could see to do it is to have a shim layer, or see how FreeDAWs interacts with case-sensitive network shares. That might work. Like, that's the only two ways I could see it might be doable. The bin utilities that I'm building, this is a cross bin utilities. This is one that's targeting 64-bit Linux. Very slowly, mind you, but it is building. Yeah, I mean, and there's like people that consider this good. You know, it's like I feel like I feel like Western civilization. No, you know that's too much of a generalization. But at least in the United States, I feel like there's the feeling that people only exist to serve the system and nothing else, and that's probably true a lot more in a lot more places than that. That fucking took a while. That really took a while. Chat, check it out. We have a cross linker. Oh, that was an obnoxiously long build. All right, now we gotta do the cross GCC. So instead, I'm just gonna go to GCC 46, GCC 463. Build So theoretically, this part should be simple because I've already built GCC. I am a little curious if this was a thing at this point. Yeah, so I could build ISL and clog. I don't know how much I really want to go down this. Like this tool chain's held together with spit and duct tape. It would make the NGCC actually be faster, but it is an optional component. So I think I'm just gonna kind of roll with it. I mean, you know what? Screw it. I'll pull the audience. All right, chat. Make your opinions known. We're going to do the democracy thing here. So it's currently split about 50-50. Oh, the yeses look like they're winning. Currently at 22 votes. All right, let me grab the files. If we can't build them, then... My understanding is that it's basically banks use it, or other people that have legacy. Yeah, I'm kind of agree with you on that one, Uzi. Plus, I think I'd also have to go hunt it down. Let me see how hard this is to actually find. What's the version of GCC? You know, the version of GCC on that system is going to be a lot newer, so... Okay, well that kind of makes my life a little simpler. I tried to download ISL and Yeah, there's a mirror of it at Oregon State, but the main site looks like it's down. Screw it, we're gonna kind of just go for broke on this one. I do think I need to decompress this one because it's LZMA, and oh, I do have LZMA, so never mind. Alright, so that one gets thrown in the source folder. Why is that taking forever to load? There it goes. At least this one should be relatively straightforward. We're just kind of ignoring it. Free flee. We're just building, this is an optional dependency, but I might as well just build it for the sake of building it. I don't think we're going to build the full compiler tonight. I really don't think we're going to get that far. While we're here, though, I do need to get clogged, though. So I might as well download that here while I'm here. No, we've successfully upgraded to GCC 4.6. A lot of people in my Discord, as well as someone who messaged me on Patreon, though, has told me that servers subsystem for Unix applications was really broken on Vista and 7. I haven't tried it myself, but I do kind of get the sensation that it might be worth like one stream taking. Ah, fuck. It would really be nice if it could tell me at the start that it couldn't find a component. This one is not a critical failure. I just have to set a build variable. Yeah, you need with GMP. I've already built NetHack as a test for this platform. Cross-compiling NetHack is actually really fucking irritating. It can be done, but their build system doesn't support it, so I'd have to write a new makefile for it. I've already done GMP and I've got it working. Small fucking miracles. I mean, I would say services for Unix is actually, like, reasonable. It's not amazing, but I've certainly had worse experiences on actual commercial Unixes. I don't know if Interx supports Chroot, to be honest. We won't need it, though. Like I said, we're cross-compiling. Although I did notice that we don't have package config, and we might need it. I'll cross that bridge when I actually need it. Like, when something actually falls over due to it. Come on. There we go. Gmake recursive. We're doing it on XP because I think the first time I had the thought of doing this, it was on XP. No, I've been told that services for Unix on 7 is actually really fucking broken. They also apparently still ship GCC 3.3, although they apparently also included 4.2. Yeah, I would say Win 2003 was probably the best of this family. I would actually agree with that statement. Alright, that's doing the install. Cool. Hey, Marcus USA, thank you for the subscription. I definitely feel like... there is a part of me that wonders if I should also stream on Twitch. No, I already did that stat. But it's like, right now my internet can barely support streaming to YouTube, so I'd have to use something like Restream. I should, like, I've considered it several times. Maybe I'll consider doing it. I have actually thought about doing capture the flag exercises. Hack the Box allows me to live stream their content as long as it's their archive machines. I can't do any of the active machines, but I'm pretty sure people would be interested in watching me pop a box or two. I don't know if I'd make it a regular thing, but it's definitely an idea I've been having, and I wouldn't mind doing it. What do I need for the flags here for clog? Yeah, so it's basically the same thing. Opt, tools, with GMP prefix, opt, tools, with SA prefix. Tools, gmake install. I'm honestly been considering doing some hacking on Windows Millennium Edition. I've had a really cursed idea that I had already started a few months ago. Well, actually a few years ago at this point. But I have all the files in the NAS for it, so I think I kind of want to... I was thinking about making a floppy disk edition of Windows Millennium Edition, because that feels like the proper type of shit post for my YouTube channel. And... so that may be the actual next thing I do on the channel. I probably should run make check. It's going. You know what? I'm actually going to run make check on the other terminal. I am a little worried about this because we have seen some math failures in this system. I'm starting to wonder if this was a bad idea, but I guess we're about to find out. So it passed the basic tests. Oh wow, it's doing a lot of test input stuff. I'm hoping I don't regret this decision. I don't know, I'm definitely out of commentary right now. Nicholas, I have seriously considered that. The problem is I don't know how I would deal with the long file paths that I have to use and the case sensitive problem. It's not a complete kill. I can think of ways to solve both those problems, but yeah, you know what? I should also run the test here. Because if it's completely broken, I'll break my compiler. Real Tech, I'm glad to make your day. God, it is dumping outside again. It's been on and off all day. It's literally just generating the code test. I'm having regrets about my life decisions right now. It's just not... The thing is that I'd also have to deal with the... okay, so this is actually running its tests. So, alright, let's let this run its test, because if this is broken, then I will end up with a broken compiler on the far end. I'm hoping that this isn't going to take that long. I'm a little concerned on how many files that is. Like, how many files is that actually? Oh, it's literally generating C files, and then I'm assuming it's going to compile them all. Yeah, so it did the code. It did the code gen stuff, so now it's doing something with pip. I'm assuming the long lines of oohs are like expected, or is that the stuff in the Omega directory? No, I don't know what it's testing. Still, that's actually kind of optimistic that it's Jimmy Salam, thank you for the subscription. If you've enjoyed this content, consider liking or subscribing. If you really enjoy it, consider becoming a member on the channel or donating into the tip jar below. It really does make a huge difference. I'm assuming all the oohs are expected output, because I'm not seeing failures here. Ooh, the claw. It's kind of what it feels like right now. Yeah, I have no idea what files it's running. Oh, this one finished. All tests passed. Cool. Alright, let's gmake install it. Oh, I think I just saw all tests passed. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Alright, now we're ready to build the cross compiler as soon as this make install step finishes. Can I enable the wizard on the sidebar? I guess I could. Uh-oh. Hey, Computer Freak 2004. I could grab Crystal. You know what? I should actually just grab Crystal Disk Mark. What was the last... What was the one that worked on XP? Okay, so apparently the newest version does work on XP. So Crystal Disk Mark. And then that's downloading from SourceForge. Wow, you really are going to make my life a lot harder because you want to install CMAC crap. That's fine. I am actually curious to see what it says what the actual speed is. I'm assuming it is services for Unix. I'm probably gonna have to run this on the host system, aren't I? Oh, you're fucking kidding me. It's not gonna let me open it? Yeah, it's complaining that it doesn't have a valid signature, so is it not going to let me run it? Hey Sarah, thank you for becoming a Seeker supporter. It says it's not a valid Win32 application. Is it a 64-bit app? Did I grab the wrong one? I might have grabbed the wrong one. Okay. Oh, there's Crystal Mark Retro. Maybe what I have to use, but I don't think that. It seems weird that I'd have to use the retro one. It says it would. It says it supports XP, but it clearly didn't. Yeah, screw it. I'll just grab the retro one, standard edition. Wow, Crystal Mark says it's going to take 7 minutes to download 10 megabytes. Also, it feels like my YouTube channel, my internet has like just suddenly went. So hopefully the stream is. Yeah, I'm probably missing the update for Shaw 1. Alright, what were we doing? Let's get back to building GCC. Oh yeah, no, I think my internet just completely crapped. Do I have internet? I do have internet, it's just gone really, really badly. Right, I could just completely spaced out for a moment. Alright. I think it's time we actually build the cross GCC. So So it does tell me I need to do a little bit of patching here. So I need to go gcc config linux h and then standard start file prefix. Yeah, so it does recommend. I don't feel like this step is actually necessary, but fuck it, I'll just run these. See, I don't want to actually put it in tools though. I want it elsewhere. But this is what it recommends I actually run. So that would be opt Linux AMD 64. All right. Well, I think it's time for the. I do think it's time for the main event. It also recommends I build. All right. So configure prefix op. All right, so host is i586 PC InterX 3.5. Target is AMD 64 unknown Linux PC with sysroot. With local prefix. They have a list of all these options. I need to basically with native system headers. Disable shared, disable headers with newlib, disable decimal float, disable lib. We gotta disable a whole bunch of libs. GMOP, disable lib mud flap, disable lib SSP, disable lib atomic. Disable lib ITM, disable lib sanitizer, disable lib quadmath, disable threads, disable multi lib, disable target zlib. Actually, I'm gonna leave that one enabled because I'm pretty sure we don't have that. Enable languages C. And then enable checking release. Oh, it doesn't like that config. What did I do wrong? See, I don't even see where my cursor is, which is... Oh, there it is. It just blinks very slowly. x86, unknown, Linux PC. What did I get wrong there? It should know that target. If it doesn't know that target, shit's broken. Oh, it's GNU. Alright, that's configuring. Alright, I also got Cristo RetroMark downloaded. I don't know why that took as long as it did. Oh, yeah, okay, so... with GMP opt tools, with NPFR, opt tools with MPC opt tools with ISL opt tools with clog opt tools. That is a fucking long command line. I'm actually just watching the messages to make sure it's happy. I think the version of ISL and clog I built was too new, so you know what? We apparently did that all for nothing. Alright, so while that runs its configure script. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do a clear so I have a nice video of this actually running. This is where it errored out before. Is it going to error out here again? Okay, configure. I don't know why it just stopped like that. Oh, there we go. Well, let that do its thing. I want to actually run this benchmark. I am deeply curious myself to see what this is going to say. So let's grab RetroMark class retro. Maybe I should... I found it amusing it came with anime girl editions, and it's like... Okay. So we just run it. It might need its resource file. I might have slightly bugged this up. Yeah, it does. Alright. So be it. Yeah, hold on. Let me just extract. Extract all. Put that on the desktop, please. I really do feel like I do find it amusing that they do apparently they had 2 anime girl editions of this software. Alright, wait for it to load. Alright, run it. So it's doing the CPU single test. Let's see what number it comes back with. I am actually really curious to know what this is going to do. I'm not compiling anything at the moment. I specifically did not run make to get the, again, idea of what it actually is. Is that a good result or a bad result? Like, I don't have anything to compare it to. Let me see if they've got an idea of what good results look like. So apparently a Threadripper running Windows 95 gets 600. Or a Threadripper Pro 5995 64-core running Windows 95 gets a CPU score of 8,884. So yeah, that actually sounds about right, because a Ryzen would be... This isn't a Threadripper. This was a very mid-tier core when it was new, and that was quite a long time ago at this point. And what I'll do is I'll also run it on native so we can see what it actually... That random read and write is really terrible. Oh, it's doing the GDI benchmark. Chat, it's beaming something into my brain. Oh wow, staring at that. That is gonna look funky on the YouTube compression algorithm. I'm really curious what you guys are gonna see. That is a funky screensaver. Yeah, it does kind of look like a Caesar generator. Maybe I shouldn't run the graphics test. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the stream quality is going to die with this. Oh, now it's doing OpenGL stuff. Oh, wow, that's chugging. Now that I would expect graphical performance to be very good under Hyper-V. Okay, it's done. Yeah, the 2D... Alright, so now I want to actually compare it. I am legitimately curious on what the difference is. I'll run the 32-bit test so it's directly comparable. it's Crystal Mark Retro. So here it is on the native hardware. All right, go. Yeah, but we're not exactly doing anything GPU heavy. Okay, so 3 of 6, 4 of 6, 5 of 6. You probably could run it on Wine on your ARM Mac. It says it works on Windows 95 and NT 351. Yeah, so the CPU speed was about the same. So let's pull these side by side so we can actually compare them. Ooh, that's chugging. That's chugging a little bit. Yeah, my system is chugging. I'm pretty sure this is like completely maxing out the system. It's almost done with the multi-CPU tests. No, it's not. I wanted to run this before anything else. Six of 6. I should have my CPU back in a moment. Yeah, so those numbers are comparable. Sequential read. Random read. I'm going to be a little alarmed if this is very low. Okay, I probably should be alarmed. I mean, no, according to the, like, the high-end reference one they give, it, like, that same Threadripper system gave a random read score of... Oh, it's doing the GDI benchmark. It's just doing it on the other screen, though. Hold on. Can I move you to... Oh, you guys can't see it. You can't see the I can't see chat because I'm currently watching Crystal Mark do its thing. Let's see. I'm actually curious to see how much a performance difference it is because it's definitely going a lot faster and a lot smoother. Can I pull up chat while we wait? Nope, I can't. It's running full screen on the primary monitor, which is the one to my left. Okay, now that the activation code is done. It's still doing circles. Oh, there we go. There. Well, those scores are a literal order of magnitude higher, and that wireframe demo looks a lot better. I wish chat could see it. It's running at 2,000 frames a second. Yeah, so it's now doing the polygon test. Oh, it's in wireframe mode. Okay. It's still running at 1,400 frames per second. So yeah, this is a bit of an order of magnitude difference. Okay, now it's getting to the point that it's starting to chug here. Now it's rendering 2048 CPUs. It's now down to 40 frames, 20 frames. It's probably trying to figure out how low it can go before it completely dies from polygons. It's still doing the wireframe test. Really wish you guys could see this. Okay, now it's doing the polygon test, and ooh, that looks really trippy. This one was pretty fast before, so I'm not really expecting all that much. I'm literally watching CPUs fly towards me on the other screen. So yeah, it does seem like Hyper-V is at least partially responsible for the slow performance. Although, I mean, it's only 1/3 faster. It doesn't seem like it should be that much slower, but I guess. Unless I somehow accidentally put the VM on spinning Rust, but I don't think I did. I'm still waiting for the polygon test to actually finish. Almost done. It's currently rendering 10,800 CPUs on the other screen. Like, yeah, it's really exciting to watch this. I wish you guys could watch it with me. I've tried. I can't move it to the other screen. There it is. No, unfortunately, it ran on the other screen. So yeah, it is completely possible. It's the I/O is busted. I don't really want to fuck with it. I'll be honest. This is good enough. Well, I was just watching Technicolor. Well, the thing is, KVM's not an option. I'm running Windows. Unfortunately, this is not going to be fast. This has taken about 4 hours to do the full bootstrap, but a cross compiler does build actually quite a bit faster. So we've probably got about 2 hours. All right, that's building. It's a Gen 1 guest. I know I think I do talk about it. I will add some comments. But yeah, okay, that is the cross GCC currently building. Now, in theory, it should just be... There's no, there's probably a way to get a RAM FS, but I gave it the full 4 gigs. Alright, nothing to do but wait now. I'm not going to fiddle with it more than I've already fiddled with it. Alright. Yeah, nothing to do but wait. This isn't even the last compiler we need to build. This isn't even the last time we have to build GCC. We have to cross-compile GCC to make for Linux, which will be coming up. Yeah, sorry if I'm being a bit quiet. I'm currently just kind of enjoying the rain right now. I kind of ran out of commentary like 2 streams ago. I think once we get in a little deeper, I might just load up RuneScape, but may just keep talking. Honestly, I'm really surprised at how good the turnout's been. I mean, 160 viewers. I'm pretty sure we're not going to finish the toolchain today. I think this will be the last step. I still have to build glibc. Yeah, there was an AR64 binary in there, so it is definitely going. The Excellent Chef, honestly, I have no tips. I mean, let's be honest, YouTube has been my main income. Oh, someone pinged me. Honestly, that is really good chicken. Yeah, you know what? I think I'm actually going to step away from keyboard for 5 minutes. I'm going to hit the YouTube break button. I'll leave the stream. I won't put the AFK screen on because this is still going. I might as well. I just pay Jagex. I don't play on a private server. Yeah, I'm here. I'm sitting at the keyboard. Like I said, I just ate some chicken. Oh god, I really have to lose weight. I've been losing some. It's just been kind of slow. I need to weigh myself tomorrow, but like I said, I bought a bike and I've ridden it a couple of times here. So, it's definitely been a thing. Yeah, I can hit the back button and brake. Please tell me this didn't hang. Yeah, it did hang. Actually, I don't think gmake. I don't think that's the command I run now that I think about it. Because that's going to try and build more of the toolchain than I think I actually need. Yeah, it's actually gmake all GCC all target glibc or libcc. I'll run it make 2 on the hope that it will not keep hanging. Like, we've had this ongoing issue of gmake hanging with parallelization. See what folks are saying on Discord, if anyone has put more information. So now we're getting to the point that GPUs can outperform quantum computers by emulating a quantum computer, which kind of feels like it defeats the point, but what do I know? Alright, it's building. I can't believe it's not building. Uh-oh. Wait, I just saw a build failure. I just saw a build failure. Oh, fuck. Why is it... Oh, it's the LTO plugin. Let me put this in the system headers directory, and then where did it die? It died in libcpp. I'm hoping that's not going to be terrible to, Okay, well, I guess that was enough to make it happy. Alright, away it goes. So it built the LTO plugin. At least I think it built the LTO plugin. Yeah, I didn't see a failure, so... Okay. Also, apparently Warren Buffett now owns 5% of all U.S. Treasury bills. I mean, that just... The biggest thing with quantum computing is it might be able to factor RSA keys, or ecliptic ones. But the technology feels much more hype. Like, I'm pretty sure that's going to be like the next bubble after AI. Ah, great. So now we have to create quantum uncertainty in sand. Oh god, I remember when 3D TVs came with those glasses. I'm sorry, I'm completely out of conversation right now. I'm just keeping an eye on the build on the left-hand side. All right, so it did choose the right target file, so that's a good sign. I mean, I don't know. It's like, what are you really getting? Like, are you really going to get an immersive environment from, Oh, man, sorry. I'm a little bit... I think I'm just going to sit here. I'm going to be watching chat, but, wow, suddenly I just, like, came a little bit lightheaded. I never had... The last DS I had was the... I think I had a DS Lite, but it was original generation... original generation DS. Wow, I'm legitimately a little bit... I do like the bottle caps here. That is definitely a nice feature. And hopefully the build has not hung again. It says default commands. Like I said, I'm just kind of sitting here. I use them for their intended purpose, so I don't lose the bottle cap and can seal it up again. I mean, maybe I'm just a dumb American who doesn't understand fun things. Oh, I really hope this hasn't, like, hung on me again. Is it actually doing something, or... Oh yeah, no, it is. It's doing the I need to calculate all the files from make sort of thing. If we look at Task Manager under Processes, and we look at... Yep, that's going to get to 8.7 megabytes, and then it's going to do something again. Yep, that's completely normal. Yeah, what's funny is when you go to recycle something here in Greece, you pull the bottle cap off and you put it in the bin in the bottom. So it doesn't go into the machine with the bottle. And there's no deposit system here like there is in the United States. So you get like 1 cent per bottle. Like, I still do it because, like, fuck it. I mean, water is cheap enough that I can turn in enough bottles to get it. Alright, what are folks talking about? Yeah, it's still going. It's just going slowly because this took a while. This took about 10 minutes when we were building. Ooh, wow, my brain is legitimately tired. Yeah, I know. It's just a matter. No, it's literally just make iterating through all the files. So we're almost there. Once this builds GCC, this will build the XGCC. Like, it's reasonably fast because it's not going to have to bootstrap like it did with the native compiler. So this is somewhat faster than a cross compiler would be. I do think we're going to call it after I'm not going to worry about it. kind of feeling this lightheaded. Well, I've already had to massage it once, but we'll see how bad it actually is. All right, 8.2 megabytes. God, like, I think it's a combination of I slept very poorly last night and... Yep, and we are about to go. Oh, there it is. Also, I've just discovered that the most watched videos on YouTube is Baby Shark Dance, and then the other three are all nursery rhymes and the song Despacito. I don't know. I am literally browsing through Reddit on the other page because I am... Despacito. It really does astound me though that I think it's the largest YouTube channel is like it's like Cuckoo Media and like other like AI generated stuff for young kids, and it's like this is what my parents did with me with the TV being childcare. It's like it does explain a lot. Honestly, I am so far out of pop culture that I might as well be in another country. Oh wait, I am. But no, it's not so much losing hope for humanity. It's like this is just these days the TV set that people park their kids in front of has a view counter. So we now know how many people are doing it. Well, it is in fact building. I'm probably the first one to ever build a cross compiler under this environment. I mean, there is a very good chance that I'm the first one to build a modern, quote-unquote modern, Linux kernel under this environment, if you want to count 2020 as modern. Rosie, I mean, one thing that I noticed when I was up in Vancouver is I was on the SkyTrain, I was just watching out the window, and I turned and looked at the other people in the car, and literally every one of them had AirPods in and was staring at a phone. It was like that moment in the Matrix where the guy suddenly wakes up, and that was me. And it really creeped me out. Like, it legitimately just creeped me out. Well, the view counter was actually always an estimation because you can't tell who's receiving over the air television. But that's why Nelson families exist. God, is that still a thing? Or was it Nielsen? I think it was Nielsen families. I'm actually seeing if they're still around. Yeah, it actually does look like they are still around and the families are still a thing. Well, like I said, I've always having an excuse to do a Canadian cross, which is when you cross compile a cross compiler. That might just be a project I do for shits and giggles factor, because I have never had a need to actually do it. The few times that a Canadian cross might actually be, the only time I could really think it's useful. The use case for like the old Canadian cross documentation is if you want to build a cross compiler for a slow platform that can't build GCC, but I'm always of the question of what the fuck is the point? The only time I could think it'd really be useful is if you have one build server and you want to like and you're making builds of GCC commercially and you want to make them all available build them all from a single build machine. Like that, I could see as useful. I mean, Manti, that is what a Canadian cross would be. The problem is I would want to be able to test the output. Yeah, at least this is building nice and fast. I mean, Fancy, yeah, that is a valid case. I'd probably do it on the PS3 because you need to build 4 compilers to do a successful Canadian cross. Because you need the host compiler, you need the build compiler, you need the build to target 1, build to target 2, and then the Canadian cross compiler. And I have no idea where the name Canadian Cross came from. I have no idea what I assume probably would involve. I just dropped my thingy. I am debating taking. You know what? Fuck it. I'm going to have to take another energy drink. I might regret this decision, but I want to at least get this build done, and it's too early for me to sleep. Well, someone in my Discord just apparently killed their PS3 trying to build Gen 2 on it. So you know what? I will concede that point. I have always been patient enough to just let it do the build. Are we talking about the same friend, Fancy? Because someone quite literally just cooked their PS3 building Gen 2 on it. Yeah, okay, yeah. I was... Tech Flash's projects are... I always enjoyed listening to them. Well, okay, no, NeoZ, then that's a valid cause, because if I had to build a cross-compiler that went from Canadian conservative to Canadian liberal and and build it on Bloc Québécois, that would be a properly cursed environment. The problem is I don't know how to build GCC on a politician. The problem is that a lot of old PS3s, like the thermal paste, has really gone bye-bye. So, I mean, look, at this point, the PS3 is like over a decade old. And the PS3 ran hot. So, I mean, Matt KC actually showed a video, like, it can get up to like 70 degrees centigrade unless you mod it to put more pressure on the heatsink. Yeah, but you're still talking about a machine that gets hot, stays hot. I mean, the one thing that makes a system die quicker is high heat. Wait, when did the PS3 come out? I think I'm about to feel very old. No, God, yeah, no, it was 2006. It was 2 decades ago. I just remember that because Ubuntu had in a PS3 port when I was hired, and it was about to get end of life because of other OS, and that was... Holy shit, I'm old. Yeah, yeah, I'm sorry. This is the part where I do the meme where I turn the dust. I probably shouldn't be chugging energy drinks. I've never owned a PS3, so I wouldn't know. I did have Xbox 360, but I never modded it. And I think the 360 was the last console generation I owned. Like, I didn't own a PS4. I didn't own an Xbox One, and I legitimately don't even know what they're up to these days. Like, console gaming stopped being interesting when it became glorified PCs. That being said, I have been tempted to get a Wii just to hack on it. Like, I assume finding a PAL Wii here would not be particularly difficult. Getting it captured on my desktop, maybe. Yeah, I had a Wii back in the day, like, and the Wii is something I could find here in Greece, or I could reasonably import it from somewhere else in the EU. Like, that's doable, and then I can put it on Wi-Fi. Oh, you know, that's entirely what I can do. I believe... Yeah, you know what? The CRT TV in this room has component cables. So if I got a secondhand Wii, I could just put Wii Linux on it and then SSH into it. Also, both my LCD... I think my GPU might be dying. We're currently building the first stage cross compiler because this is a two-pass process. Maybe we will go to the finish line tonight. It really depends on how long this takes. We're building 64-bit kernel, but we're still building the cross compiler. We had some technical difficulties getting this far. Kernel will not be this stream. Kernel will be the next stream if this finishes tonight. If this doesn't finish, then tomorrow I will finish the cross compiler. I'm really hoping it won't come to that because I would like to have the video editing done. I'm thinking Saturday... It'll be my evening, but it'll be morning, afternoon for American audience. I'll do the Linux kernel and we'll see if it boots. I mean, this does look like it's going to just build. I mean, it is the same source tree I built from before, so there is a pretty good chance it just works. In theory, yes. In practice, remains to be seen. Granted, we have quite literally climbed a cliff to get here. The amount of work I had to put in to just get this far was obnoxious. You can build it from most Unix operating systems. Building one from Windows is a lot more questionable. We're going to see if I've successfully coaxed it into doing that. Well, next week I'm back in school myself, so there's that. Don't know how busy I'll be, but it's been nice having a week off. I wouldn't mind doing a PS2 Linux thing. Actually, you know, I just realized I'm in PAL region now. PAL PS2 Linux was actually not hard to find. Because that's how Sony justified selling it as a computer here. So PAL PS2 Linux is very common, unlike the NTSC version. So I could conceivably find the original. I'm planning to build as much as I can at cross-compiling it. I don't think I can build everything. Like, trying to cross-compile Perl is probably a sad. I actually don't even know what it would take to cross-compile Perl. But if I don't build the native compiler, so be it. I actually wonder if I can find one of those in Europe. The version released in North America was extremely rare, but the PAL version was not. Like, I could even find the PAL version in North America, and it was fairly common to just use that with a disk mod to make it work. We're currently building the first stage cross-compiler, having literally slumped up a cliff to get this far. Getting here was not easy. I wonder how far... Hold on. I wonder what a PS2 refurbished from Amazon DE, just to give me an idea of what the price actually would be. I am legitimately curious to see, like, I'm just looking on Amazon DE just for an idea. I think I would want the fat one because I'd probably want to stick a hard drive in it. But yeah, wow, shit, you can find them as low as €74. And I guess I could run it off the network because I believe the Slims had built-in Ethernet and modem. It just didn't have a way to plug in a hard drive. It worked with CCAM. When I say PAL, that's how Sony did the region locking on the damn thing. Well, I don't have to necessarily use it. I mean, as long as I had a way to write a memory card, I could... Wait, didn't they find a way to, like, do FreeMIC boot without, like, modding? Like, a complete soft mod for the thing? That could then install to a memory card and you wouldn't have to care anymore? I mean, the platform is old enough. Yeah, I'm seeing... For the FATs, I'm seeing on refurbished... Yeah, I'm seeing it for about €100 with shipping to Greece. Some places have it for less. But yeah, I could conceivably get a PS2 pretty easily. Yeah, I'm talking about the PlayStation 2. I mean, that was what I used to do as a kid, is that when I wanted to play with Linux on weird and exotic hardware, game consoles were the way to do it. I never did it on a PlayStation. But I did do it on my Wii, and I did do it on a GameCube. I'm not sure I'd be able to find a PS2 in this part of Greece. If I was in Athens, sure, I'd give you that. Oh, chat, look, we're building libgcc. I mean, fuck it. I kind of want to go all the way. I just don't want this to be another 11-hour fucking stream. I'm already getting to the point. I'm afraid to know how many hours I've actually streamed this week. I made it a point not to stream yesterday. Eight, so 4, 9, 20, 32, 35. We are at 45 hours on this project thus far. Yeah, I just added it up on YouTube. I've been at this for 45 hours. God, I do feel like a blob. I am losing weight here in Greece, but it's been slow. The problem is that I have days where... Before the pandemic, I wasn't much of a homebody. After the pandemic, I really became reclusive. It's not shut-in levels of bad, but it can be that at times. Oh, it's done. I can't believe it's not cross-compiler. Okay, hold on. Shit. That actually fucking built. So, gmake install gcc install target libgcc. Giro's was actually lunch. Yeah, I can check. I'm pretty sure it's not on Spinning Rust, though. Nope, it's on my C drive. It is on IDE controller 0, so... But the problem is that using non-IDE anything on XP is... So the trick is you hold it with both hands, and then you go from the top. You don't go for the ends. That's how you avoid making a mess of a gyro. I mean, the revenue from my streams is not great, but let's be honest, frankly, I'm happy to have any money coming in at all. So, especially considering I just fucking moved. But at least right now I'm not hurting, like I'm legitimately doing better for cash than I have been in quite a while. So, it is a good feeling. I'm actually looking at my YouTube ad revenue just to get an idea of... Yeah, it tends to be about $10 for every 1,000 views. So this stream has currently gotten 2,500 views. I would always, if you're going to make a production raid, I would always go with new hard drives. Like, don't even... What you do, here's the thing is, if you just build a new raid, you can keep the old one going, and then you just have more storage space. Oh fuck, it is literally adding up all the stuff in Make, isn't it? Yes, that is. Alright, so while that's going, because that's going to actually take a while, fuck it. I think we're going for the full Monty tonight. That's going... I'm pretty sure I downloaded... Oh, I probably didn't FTP it over, though. Hey, Lucy in chat. Thank you for the, thank you for... I'm guessing you just re-upped it? Yeah, I'm guessing that's a or did you just, subscribe for 8 months? Because holy shit, that's big. Thank you so much. You can do it with stage 1 if you're willing to deal with the very long compiles, but we need the... We don't have a C library right now. We just built enough of a C compiler to build a C library. That's why this is a 2-stage process. So now we have to build the C library. And kind of hope that this works. I'm admittedly not optimistic. I've had problems with glibc before. All right. There is a test suite with GDB, but I can't... There is a way to do it. I don't know it offhand. We are going to just YOLO this. Legitimately, we're just going to YOLO this. Alright. Let there be C library. Alright, I gotta write some notes down. So that's still doing make install. Yeah, I believe I'm using Ironwood drives in my NAS as well. So a judge has blocked Trump's attempts to reform election law in the U.S. Thank fucking God. Not that I'm expecting it to, you know. Hey, Lucy in chat, thank you for the $5. Seriously, it does make a huge difference. I don't know, folks. Can we get some more super chats? Like, can you make my entire night? And then again, you know, on streamer fails, we learned that like the top percent of Twitch streamers easily make six figures. It's like, yeah, I know, you know, it's like I knew it was big money, but it really does make you feel like you're at the bottom when you're just kind of scraping by. I mean, six figures in a month. God, that's taking a while to extract. That's taking a while to build. I have the NAS in the living room here, just so I don't have to hear it. Oh, good, that's done. But we're still waiting for the compiler to install, so I still can't build it yet. If you can get tape cheap enough, I recommend it. But use more than one tape. And make sure you test it. Honestly, I'm considering investing in a tape drive myself. For offloading a lot of older media. Alright, I like that we were able to fully extract GCC. Okay, yeah, that's about to actually continue again. I'm so surprised you could find LTO for that cheap, but I admittedly haven't looked at tape backup prices in a while. Yep, that just moved on to the next stage. This is taking its sweet ass time to, there we go. So, I think now we see something, we're about to see something cursed. Chat, look at that. That is an Linux 64-bit cross compiler on XP. All right, let's see if we can take it to the next step. So the way you build GDB, I think you have to do it for other ones. So you need to set SSP equal no in config.cache. So okay, let's go follow the build instructions here. So it's build cc GCC. CC is x64. Oh, actually, I think I have to be on this window. Yep, I gotta be on this window. So AR would be... fuck, it doesn't let me tab complete them. Like, I'm not convinced all these commands are actually necessary. It should be intelligent enough without, but I also have learned not to ask questions in this regard. So, and then ranlib. glibc. Configure. Prefix. CLFS. Host is x64 underscore unknown Linux GNU. Build is i586. PC InterX 3.5. Disable profile. Enable kernel 2632. With bin utilities. Opt Linux. With headers. Enable obsolete RPC cache file config cache. Welcome to cross compiling. Oh, you're right. That should be build GCC. Hey, come on. Let me control C out. There it goes. Oh, no, that's not right, because it just didn't find any of the bit. All right, no, we don't have a C++ compiler. That was actually correct. C++ compiler comes next. Chat, you are absolutely correct. Wow, we're at 174 viewers. Yep, it's setting up the build directories properly for Linux x86-64. Oh, fuck you. Really? That's going to be the problem? Is that checking the host compiler or is that checking the cross compiler? Because I'm... It shouldn't care. Also, oh, you know what? I think I wonder if I have these backwards. I might, hold on, let me check the command line. Right, I do actually have those backwards. Maybe that's the problem. I have that feeling that's not going to actually solve anything, but we'll see. All right, checking suffix. Oh, Jack made another good call. With it, no, it does go down to the include directory. If I have to build a new Gawk, that's pretty trivial. But if it really wants a new linker, that's going to be a pain. Because that means I have to rebuild GCC native compile. I have to re-native compile GCC. Okay, so it looks like Gawk is the only thing it... Yeah, it looks like the only thing that it cares about... Yeah, we just have to upgrade Gawk. Alright, that's easy enough to do. I can just grab a new version of Gawk. No, but the problem is I had the command line wrong. I'm pretty sure... I think this is chat lag. I don't think you guys are seeing what I'm seeing yet. Well, it only says critical programs Gawk. Although, you know, that did make me think something. Hold on, let me look. I could just use an older glibc. I'm not tied to this version. Oh yeah, this one needs 2.7. Okay, so we have to go back a version. This glibc is too new. Not a big deal. That is legitimately not a big deal though. All right, before I actually update Gawk, then let me. How old do we want to go? I legitimately do not know what versions we can actually build. So let me go grab a. Let's try 220. That would be only slightly newer than our C compiler. Hopefully this isn't going to be terribly slow to extract. No, we're building Linux from Windows XP. I don't touch leaked source code. Alright, sorry, just some Discord messages I actually did have to respond to. Well, this is the problem is that I am on remarkably shit high-tech Greek internet. All right, catch you later, Neozid. You know what? I think I just want to grab the install. Fuck, I'll just let it extract the whole damn thing. I do not care. Actually, you know what? Let me just... I know I just said that... hold on. glibc 2220. Because I think it did already extract the install. Yeah, it did. What version of the compiler do you actually need? Because thank God you actually do. GCC 4246 recommended. Cool. This will work. This will work. It wasn't just old and buggy. Remember, I had to bootstrap a newer version of glibc GCC that was never supported on this version officially and was badly bit rotted. Alright, so that's extracting. Yeah, that's extracting nicely. Also, I've just discovered, I've seen two cursed things on my Discord. An Oracle air freshener and Reese's PB&J. That just... I mean, I think I'd want to try that. Like, I remember the Reese's with caramels. Those were amazing. Reese's cups. That's something I can't get in this country. I haven't seen them. Well, we did build some of the kernel host utilities because we needed it to get this far. Actually, cooking off the kernel is going to be this weekend because if I'm getting 170 on a weekday stream, we'll do this on Saturday. I'm going to take full advantage of the weekend, but I have to actually get there first. And this gives me a day to do the video editing, which is actually not a bad thing. I'll probably stream Greek on my second channel, Ends Life in Greece. The idea of ordering chocolates off Amazon, no, that's like, no. Especially there's better chocolates than Reese's. It's just like when you go to the store and you really want something sweet. God, why do I read Wall Street Bets? I think just watching how people worship money is fascinating in a kind of deranged sort of way. Well, I'm pretty sure if you don't meet your license compliance, it will tie you up to your mirror. But I was going to say something a little bit more risky, but I'm pretty sure the algorithm would get mad at me if I did. The idea of being censored by a flipping machine. What a world we live in. Okay, cool. That's done. I might still have to upgrade Gawk, but let's see what it complains about before I actually do it, because I don't want to do unnecessary work if it's not necessary. Yeah, I know, I'm being redundant. Well, just remember, the lawnmower doesn't have compassion. If you know what I'm referencing when I say that. Oh, right, hold on. I have to fix my make script. I'm building the wrong copy. Where's my cursor? I mean, let's be honest. There is one thing I know for certain about Greece that makes me happy. They do not run on Oracle because they could not afford it, And that means that Larry Ellingson does not get money from Greece. The fact, though, is they probably run on SAP, which would explain so much about gov.gr. Alright, so now we're just down to Gawk being too old. So now we need to, we need to gawk. Assume the gawking position. God, I almost feel like I need someone else on stream to be my straight man. Or maybe I'm the straight man. No, that can't be right. Android apps are coded in Android, but they don't use the JRA. They've changed a few times. I forgot what Google uses these days. It used to be Dalvik, but they have since changed it. Comes with a cat. You know what? The right way to describe it, Lucy, is has a coffee aftertaste. Android runtime. It's been a long time since I've tinkered with Android. But, it's like, I have no interest in phone modding anymore. All natural Linux aftertaste. Just hold on, did I set that emoji for YouTube? Please tell me I did. Please tell me I did. Please tell me I did. Aww, I have an emoji about Eclipse and NetBeans on my Discord. I apparently didn't set it for YouTube. I don't even remember what emojis I added for YouTube. Although now I'm suddenly tempted to add a new subscriber tier at $7.24. Or, well, it'd be dollars because my YouTube channel's still monetized in the US, not the Europe. Not the Europe. Dear God, I'm losing my brain. And that will guarantee access to the... We'd have Secret Supporter and we'd have Metric Supporter. Yeah, we have the toaster, we have the PostX environment, we have the N and the 412. The 4 1/4 or 4 1/2. That was based off a real sign, to be honest. This isn't Linux compatibility. This is literally building a Linux distribution from scratch on top of Windows XP. Well, let's be honest. You can tell when a place was old in Canada because you'd see 8 km/h speed signs, which means that they had flat out converted it from imperial to metric in the 70s. Oracle has tried to patent troll quite a few people. This is why something lawnmower something. Well, I mean, we could start measuring time in metrics. So in one deck a minute, I'm going to take a break. Although I think instead of 1 deck a minute, I think it's going to be more like a deck a second. I thought SCOTUS ruled that APIs were copyrightable. Yeah, this is building, so I'm gonna go. It's been a deck a second, so I'll be back in a bit. Oh, good. We are building now. And also, hey, look, that's my first Google Studios. Fudge. That means I actually have to fucking do something. I was just looking at the computer just before I was going to go nibble on some chicken some more. Okay, why are you broken? Oh, really? This problem again? Fuck it. I will just do manual patching. It's literally faster to do it this way. Instead of trying to fix it properly. Soft ice was a debugger. Because I stands for in-circuit enumeration, I think. So why is one of my moderators playing with old Visual C++? Well, that's optimistic. All right. Well, this one I'm pretty sure I know the problem. So wait, why is this broken? I probably should build older awk. Like, what year awk am I trying to build? Because that's probably... It helps if I can also spell. I have a better idea of how to do this. Assuming it's regex internal. Kaloyan, that is essentially the reason why I don't run Arch. Okay, so that just broke it worse. That just broke it fucking worse. Maybe I should try building an older dock. What is the minimum version of Gawk I need to build? Install 3-2. Let's just try. Let's grab 3-2-1. Maybe 3-1-2. Or yeah, let's grab something like. I mean, some people aren't concerned about doxing themselves, especially if they have a small internet footprint. Like, there are people that just don't care enough to be anonymous or semi-anonymous. Like, I use my real name on the internet. Alright, maybe we'll get lucky and this just fucking works. Not completely convinced that it's going to work, but... ... question mark? Alright, this is going to configure. I'm going to go nibble on some chicken. This is really good. This chicken's really good, especially on a pita, to make the most bare bones gyro possible. Wait, why are we talking about bringing down the band hammer? I'm just enjoying my chicken here. I'm sitting here in peace. Is this what they call vibe coding? Well, Lucy, you're not on Discord very often now. I was being tongue-in-cheek when I said that, because this sandwich is a vibe. We're putting it off until something breaks. All right, let's see if we can build glibc. The install pane goes. We're working on glibc right now. I probably should update the bat status message, but that was a completely satisfying chewing experience. I wish my Greek was as good as your English. Alright, looks like we're in business. It accepted our gawk. Chat, we are now ready to be... We're now ready to peer into the depths of glibc. Ooh, that was really tasty. Yeah, I should update the bot. Let's change the bot message. Current status. Built first stage cross GCC. Now cooking glibc at 500 degrees C until N's brain melts. Yeah, I just updated the status. I just updated the status. Yeah, fuck, this might actually be an 11-hour stream, which means I'm going to be a proper potato tomorrow. Oh, I love this track. Go, baby, go, baby, go. All systems go. Yeah, hold on, I gotta put my headphones on. This track is I vibe with this track. I forgot which. I'm pretty sure I used this with AIX Doom. Yeah, no, I know I did. 4-6. Sorry, I'm literally sitting here with giant headphones, and now this is a mood. It's a pity that YouTube has made finding their content ID free music so much harder than it used to be. Oh wow, look at the C compiler go. This is probably going to take a while. Yeah, it's still going. It is still going. I don't think it's frozen. I think this is just... Yeah, CC1 is still going. It's just got to build a lot of crap. We can open Process Explorer and see what it's doing under the hood. Where is my process? Yeah, we've got system internals. Oh, yeah, there it goes. Okay, so it is definitely still going. I definitely need to sit. God, it is weird seeing glibc building on Windows XP. Like, this is when it is officially reached this is kind of surreal point for me. Because up until this point, it's just been normal build software for Windows XP. But we're now getting into the voodoo part of this. Yeah, like, legitimately, this is so surreal to actually see. If you enjoyed this content, you know. I mean, I think after I build the... No, I have to rebuild it. GCC's built to use new libs, so I still have to rebuild GCC to make this go. I am really hoping we will finish this before the 12-hour mark. I don't want... I've been streaming a lot of hours this week. Come on. I was a little tempted. If I could figure out a way to deal with the case sensitivity issue, I would probably try and do this again on OS 2. The only problem is I do need a case sensitive file system to pull this off. But in theory, I could do this on... I could do this on OS 2. I do get ad revenue from YouTube Premium watchers. It's not a lot, but I do get some. Like, I can actually look at the breakdown. I can see approximately how many people... let's see here. Like, if I look at the GCC build stream, because that was a 2-stream project, wasn't it? And I look at watch page ads. What's the breakdown? Oh, have they hidden it? They used to show me what the They used to show me... Oh, yeah, here it is. YouTube Premium. So I got $12 from YouTube Premium, and I got $6 from watch ads. So, yeah, that's how that worked out. Well, as long as you're watching, at least I get ad revenue, which does definitely help. It's the one reason I'm sort of tempted to start streaming on Twitch is... Once I hit affiliate or partner, I can get those YouTube Prime. I can get Prime subs. The problem is my internet just... I'd have to use a third-party restreamer service to make that happen. Good lord. It is Glacier building this. I don't get revenue from users with ad block. The ad has to play for it to pay me. No, as far as I understand it, ad block prevents me from getting anything. I don't really look. I use ad block regularly, and while I do pay for premium, it's the only streaming service I still actually pay for because, well, I don't really love YouTube as a platform. At least it's not super corporate. Like, there's something special about watching those one-man channels. Also, I think my stream just died. Oh, please tell me my internet did not quit. The problem is I'm in very rural Greece, and the fiber stops about 3 blocks from here. I kid you not. There is fiber in town, but I can't get it at this specific location. So VDSL goes brrrr. So there are 2 separate internet connections. There's a 5G one and the house DSL. I'm using the house DSL today because when it rains, the 5G isn't good, but sometimes the VDSL can be out for hours. I mean, hell, if you super chat me, I mean, YouTube takes a fair bit. I think it takes 30% of the super chat. If you want to just tip me directly, the link is below. But I also understand a lot of people just use the super chat feature instead. So, like, whatever. I mean, Patreon takes a cut. YouTube takes a much larger cut. But because it's integrated into the platform, I actually have found it a lot easier to get people to sign up for membership than not. So I just kind of roll with it. Because the algorithm will promote my member-only videos, and it has worked. I have actually grown quite a few more members over the last few weeks. I think right now, yeah, I'm currently at 38 members, so that's definitely a good thing. I might add a higher tier at some point, but I believe my current, yeah, I've got just the $5 tier right now, so I might add a higher one at some point for people that want to support more, but I don't know how to differentiate it. I believe the skip button doesn't affect me. It literally just has to show up and play, at least a little bit. Wow, 2.8K views on this live stream. I'm really hoping this video does well. I legitimately am hoping that this video will be a success. I'll kick it out to pay. The video should be out a few days after I finish the project because I just have to do a final editing pass. But this is going to probably take a while to build. If it gets to the 10-hour mark, I'll probably just kill the stream and we'll just do the actual GCC build tomorrow. I could be, honestly, Sarah, I could be convinced to do that. Like, I'm tempted to put, I build your stupid vintage computer ideas, and then I just take the least obnoxious of the bad ideas. Also, I don't want... Discord, stop showing me fucking ads. I pay for Nitro. I really don't want ads in my Discord. I'm not really in the mood to play RuneScape, I'll be perfectly honest. Plus, when I had RuneScape up, I literally was watching my viewership go plummet. So, I think a lot of people just like listening to me ramble like a madman. So, here's me rambling like a madman, and 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 this isn't your stream jittering, it's just me going, and I'm a madman. It's been showing, it's been showing me like those these sponsor things, like play this game, blah 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 blah. Real Tech. I honestly don't know if that works great. Did Reddit IPO yet? Because I remember that's been like the... Well, there's something from Map Circle Jerk. Emoji map of reactions to the Pope dying. My playlist is a bunch of White Bat audio tracks, and then it's literally a collection of stuff that I've used in my YouTube videos. I finally went through and collected them all off my NAS, all the MP3s that I have used in previous videos. So now I have a library that I know is good. I still have to like keep adding on it. 2.2 glib was the version is the latest version I can build with GCC 4.6. So hopefully it works. ... question mark ... I do think for a stream, I'm going to go check out some ancient BBSs. I don't know when that's going to be, but it'll be sometime soon. I have definitely considered doing something with AUX. The problem is I don't know what I could do with it. Its built-in C compiler is notoriously shit. There is a port of GCC 4.7, but it's very early. It's early 90s Unix, so it's pretty much the same capabilities as Sun OS, and I struggled to find something to do with Sun OS. I just went with 2.20 just because whatever. It doesn't really matter that much. Here. What's going on? Oh, I have a ping in here. I'm actually just taking a look at what's going on in Soggy Electric's Discord. I never really got into mini computing. But watching the Bendex series was very cool. I should do, honestly, I should do something with like loading up a Centurion emulator, but I have no idea what I would fucking do. Yeah, they've been building us in. I don't think Asagi Electric has actually mentioned it. I think he's mentioned it in like some videos in passing, but they have been working to build an emulator for the Centurion mini computer that Asagi Electric spent the better part of a year restoring. If Haiku has a way to do case sensitive file operations, it would theoretically be possible. I played with Haiku quite a while ago. It'll be a while before I'm willing to do another Linux from scratch video, though. Honestly, these are a lot of work, and I don't find. I enjoy talking with. Wow, words hard. I enjoy talking with, folks in chat, but it's not particularly interesting for me. Yeah, we're still live. We're building glibc. We've got the cross compiler built. We still have to build the full cross compiler, but we have the minimal one needed to build the C library done. So yeah, we're now pedaling at full power. I'm pretty sure I'm going to want a netboot. It's J2, but it's slow. I mean, it's literally. It's churning through a lot of code. glibc is never fast, and I'm not. Yeah, I mean, look at the memory usage on the compiler. These are not small files. Like, I could probably run with more CPU on it, but we've had make hang so many times that I really don't want to do it. Well, apparently it happens to other people. I'm assuming it's issues with parallelization, to say the least. Thank you for watching an ad. That feels a weird thing to ask people to do, but so be it. Yeah, I've built glibc so infrequently, I can't even tell from the build messages how far it's actually gone. See what's going on in Ars Technica. I mean, I could pull up a build log of the glibc on another window. I don't know if I'd really want to maintain it. I mean, realistically, Bash builds pretty well. At least versions before 5.0 build pretty well on vintage systems. I had pretty good success with it. I suspect part of the slow build time is it has to keep looking up all those headers. Yeah, so it just finished locale. I don't know if it builds in order. You know what? Screw it. I'm going to find a build log for glibc. Yeah, here's a build log for glibc. So locale data. So how far into the build are we, like, actually? I'm guessing not very far. Just getting an idea of what the build process actually looks like. Alright, I guess it's not as bad as it first seems. It looks like a lot of the build log is building components, but yeah, this is definitely going to take a while. Especially because it's going to have to do like locale generation, which really is not going to be fucking quick. I mean, I'm bleh. I don't know how easy it is to cross-compile muscle. Like, I could probably do so, but I've already gone this, far. I'm not going to go farther. Also, I'm not sure I'd be able to build muscle with this old version of GCC. Yeah, it's auto tools. Well, we've already. The thing is that I'm already committed to this path. I really don't want to go down the muscle C route. Because at least with glibc, I do understand it well enough to fucking debug it. We just have to be very, very patient. For we are hunting rabbits. Okay, so it looks like Make is just counting stuff right now. I'm assuming it's about to do something big. How much? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's going to do a whole lot of file stuff. So now we just be very, very patient. Yeah, it is actually. I'm kind of looking. I'm assuming glibc is not glibc. Gmake is doing what Gmake does best. Let's take a look. Let's take a look and see what it's actually doing with process monitor. Okay, that's a lot of events. Yeah, it's literally enumerating all the files. That's a lot of files. And I'm assuming it's all going to go into... Oh, this is going to be painfully slow. Yeah, it's pronounced muscle. I wonder how much of my life I've lost to compiling stuff. Oh. It's suddenly opening files. Well, it did something exciting for a moment. There we go. Alright, well, it's leaving directory, so I'm assuming it's getting to the next one. Bitrate isn't going to help here. It's literally shite internet. It does shock me that retail games are now getting to $80. Like, seriously, the fact is that they're releasing physical cards as essentially a DRM token. Well, now it's left that folder, and I'm assuming it's just chugging away at another folder. What is our memory usage looking like? Yeah, memory usage go up. It's people keep saying it's the IDE drivers in Hyper-V, and that actually could be it. I did install the guest editions. El Hexor Zero, thank you for the 10 Polish zloty. Hope things are going well in Poland tonight. Well, at this point, it's just sitting here and kind of letting it run. Problem is I'm running out of content, and I'm just kind of mindlessly browsing. Because at this point, it's me just sitting here and watching it. Like, I get to enjoy the paint in real time, but, you know. I think what it's doing is it's counting up the next directory, because we saw this with GCC. I suspect there's so many tiny files, it's just very, very slow. Honestly, my view count's been stable. It's just if I actually load up a game on the other screen, people start going away. I mean, I could throw RuneScape up. I'll leave the main screen up as is, and I just throw it up in the corner. I think I'm just going to woodcut if I do anything. God, it's almost midnight here. I really don't want to make this a 12-hour stream. I might shut it down soon, and we'll pick this up tomorrow morning. How about this? Alright, fuck it. I'll play some Space Cadet Paintball. I'm in EET. This is a little laggy. No, I kid you not. This is actually laggy because this is remote desktop. Literally, the ball is jerking for me. I'm not sure you can see it on stream. Ooh, damn. I lost, I lost one of my kickbacks. Alright, come on, come on, come on. Go. Alright, shoot the ramp. There we go. Mission accepted. What mission did I accept? Oh, it's re-entries. You know, the ramp I was just having trouble shooting. Ah. I was never particularly good at this game. Alright, I'm going to shoot the ball out the top. Because I got the skill bonus. Alright, so I got the weapons upgrade. And then that's ball drain. God, playing Space Cadet Pinball for 11 hours, that just sounds miserable. It also helps that my Z key is not where I'm used to it being. I don't want you to go down that path. Yeah, the lag is pretty bad. Alright, let's see if we can beat our high score, though. I think it's been going in alphabetical order. Oh, no, maybe not, because I think it's doing C-types right now. Yeah, it's doing C-types, so it's not alphabetical order. Alright, so now it's doing get text. Yeah, the thing is I'm playing over RDP, which definitely doesn't make this any easier. I never figured out how you recharge the kickbacks. And then you just get the ball drain like that. Alright, until I actually get a mission, I'm just going to restart every time I drain a ball. There's no real penalties for doing so. I should probably... Well, I don't think you can hear the music even if I were to turn it on. Although I think I hear the sound effects playing, so... Oh, yay, I get the re-entry training mission again. Damn it, and I missed the shot. And I drained the ball. I could copy it to the host Windows system, but I just don't have... I honestly... I'm getting to the point where I'm debating shutting the stream down, because I am definitely turning into Mr. Potato Head, in terms of mental faculties. I was never particularly good at this game. I could get a few mission launches, though. But I was never able to, like, beat it. So much as you can beat a pinball game. Yeah, I think I'm done. I don't know when SysSteps is actually done in the build process. I'm assuming that's... Looking at the actual build process, yeah, that looks like that's going to take a while. We are in international, and a lot of this is just waiting for Make to do its thing. Like, it is obnoxiously slow. Maybe I'll play 1 or 2 rounds of Solitaire. Yeah, I feel like Solitaire actually sounds like a good idea. Wow, this is a pretty... that was a pretty terrible spawn. I do have the 5, so I can flip a card up. Gives me a king. I got a queen. That doesn't really help me. Gives me a jack. This deal does not feel very fun. I need a red 5 to basically do anything. Oh, I do have a red 5. Okay, hold on. 4. Move the king. We get a red 9, a black 9. Oh, hold on. I can also move this stack here, which gives me a queen. Does that give me anything useful that I can do with that? Actually, yes. All my aces are flipping buried, though. Gives me no help there. Oh, finally, I get an ace up there. Where's the next ace? Ace, it's all the way at the bottom. Yeah, this is a pretty terrible, I get the 7. Jack 8, King 2, Jack 7. I don't think I have any valid moves here. Well, I have... Can't move the 6. I have the black 8. That doesn't help. Oh, well, that's a much better deal. Alright, let's see what I can actually get with this. Which one of these do I want to move? I'll move the hearts. Oh, that was the right call. Okay. I don't think I can get that jack out easily, but let's see what I can move around. Yeah, let me flip through this once, because I don't think I get any penalty if I just do that now. Oh, wait, I can flip that up there. That helps. Okay, so there's no aces. Well, aside from that one ace, so I'm going to leave that one up and hope I can fish that one out. That gives me that. Gives me that king. Gives me a red 10. That is not particularly useful. I do get a 9, and that lets me free a card up. Gives me the 7. Oh, I can take that one down. And then that frees up that space, so I can take a king out from here. That's not useful, although I feel like I want to pull it out so it doesn't get buried. I can't do anything with that 3. Does that 8 help me? Not particularly. I can get that jack. I don't think I want to take that jack, though, because I think it'll bury the ace further. Let me see, do I get any other good moves there? Yeah, I think I'm going to take the... Alright, I'll take the jack. take the 6. We get a king there. Get nothing useful with that. Nothing useful with that. Queen. Take the 3. That gives me an 8. Which puts that on the bottom. Can I play that? No, I can't play that. Oh wait, I can move the 10 of hearts. It isn't tremendously useful. Oh, that is. And then I can play that. And I can drop drop that down. I can move the 6. Which gives me the 5, which I can play here. Which gives me the 4, which gives me the 3. That is no help. I need an 8. Oh, there's an 8. That 8 doesn't help me in the slightest. Gives me a 4, which doesn't do anything. Jack, and a final 8. That gives me the 3. Can't do anything with that. Yeah, I think this deal is dead. I'll play, I'll play until I get 1 victory, and then I think I'm going to call it for the night. Alright, instead of pulling that, let me flip for the deck once. Because if I don't pull any cards out, nothing changes. Can I get that 2? I can get that ace. 2, ace. I can't get that 3, which could be concerning. I'll switch it to one-hand draw after a few hands. I actually like playing on 3 because it means I have to actually concern myself with... I have to concern myself if I want to draw or not, because it's a strategic aspect. It means I win less games, but I'm okay with that. I do get that 9. Does that 9 help me? There's that 8. That 7. That 7 actually does help me, so I will grab that. And that actually gives me the 2 of spades. 3 of spades. 5 of spades. If I had a black queen, black king, I could actually do something with that. Oh, I get the 2 of hearts, and I can move a 9. Yeah, let me play that. I'll play that. Move that, and I get the 4 of spades, which I can play here, and I get a king. If I can get a red queen, that's actually useful. I think there is a red queen at the top. Yeah, there is. Oh, good. I can get that ace. Okay, that worked nicely. Alright, so I can move Queen Jack here, and I can free up a space for another card. I need a 5. Let's see what I have to work with. 10, 5 of hearts, 3 and a king. I should probably play that. I can play that. Yeah, I'll pull the black king out, because then I can start building a new stack. Then we flip that out. I can take that. 9 of spades does me nothing, so I get a 10. I can grab that. Keeping the low cards out is useful. I don't think the 6 helps me. So I get a queen, jack, 9, 10. 4 of hearts doesn't do a thing for me. I'm worried it's going to get buried in the deck, but I don't think there's a lot I can do. So let me draw. And yeah, that's not so great. At least none of those are particularly high cards. So what do I have for valid moves? 10. This is looking like it is a dead hand. Oh wait, maybe not. I can play that, and I can play that, and I can flip, which gives me an 8, which gives me the 3 of hearts. If I can get that 10 out, that would be useful. 2 of spades. I can actually flip that. So 9, and that gives me the 6. Which lets me pull that one out. Does that... If I could get that red 6 somewhere, but I don't have a card that I can play. I get 10 and the 6. I think I'm out of moves. What about the red 3? Move the 5 stack onto the 6. I don't have a... Oh, yeah, I can do that. Okay. Good catch, chat. You can tell that I'm definitely a bit tired. So that gives me the 6 out of there. And then I can grab the 8. I can move that stack, which gives me the 5. Which I can place here. The last ace has to be buried. I don't think I get... I think I have to shuffle the deck again. Okay, so that's... Crap. I think that's it. Eight can't go anywhere. 10 can't go anywhere. I don't have another jack in which to play. I mean, I can pull the 2 down, but that doesn't help me. Yeah, I think that's it. I don't think I have any valid moves. Nothing that actually helps me anyway. I can't get rid of the 5 of spades. I don't have the last ace. Yeah, we'll deal a new one. Oh, at least I got an ace there. I can grab that. I can grab that. No help there. Well, I already reset it, so it's a little bit too late. It's fine. People probably get infuriated watching me play solitaire. But I'm actually starting to feel really tired. So I think I'm just going to get my solitaire victory, and then I am actually going to call it while it's still building. And I'll post... we'll do a brief stream tomorrow. Do I get the 5... Door stuck? I'm not sure what door stuck is. I'll wait for the chat delay to catch up because I am legitimately potato-brained. Well, that was helpful. 2, 3. Gives me a jack of the wrong color. Do I... Oh, that's useful. I don't think it's stuck. Let me see what the memory usage looks like. I mean, I've been keeping an eye on it. It's been advancing. No, it looks like it's running a really honking big Perl script. Yeah, no, this is running a Perl script. Let's see what it's actually doing, or if it's just being slow. No, it's still going. It's, Perl is writing files. I can see it. It's not stuck. It's just... Although why it's keeping just writing the same file over and over again is a little concerning. Let me look at the log just to make sure it's actually doing something and not just spinning helplessly. It says it's writing file. Yeah, I think it's generating all the math tests. Let's hold on, let me pull up an error terminal. Which is unfortunate because I can't even run the math tests. Yeah, no, look, see the file size is going up, so it is actually still doing shit. I don't think I wanted to actually click that, but... I am legitimately starting to nod off. Alright, fine. I will set... No, I want to do it on deal 3 because I feel like it's too easy on deal 1. I should have moved the other stack. I guess it doesn't really matter. That jack doesn't help me. That does. Yeah, I'm definitely fading. That being said, we've got 3 aces out, so maybe this is the run, chat. Maybe this is the actual solitaire run. Not a whole lot of use there. Oh, that however, that's useful. Actually, you know what? Hold on, let me undo. I think I want to flip this one instead. Yeah, that was the right call. God, you know, I almost wonder what the, if there's like a speedrun.com category for this. Nine, 8, and that gives me a king. Black 7 goes here, which gives me a 10. Like, these are the worst positions for these cards. Wow, that is miserable. Oh, finally, something useful. Problem is now I need to get... you know what? That's a free card, because then I can move this stack like that. And then I can move this stack, and I get... Wow, that... Well, you know what? It's still a free card, so... Jack. Place the jack here. Free of spades goes up. Play that. The 8 is not immediately useful. Yeah, I gotta draw another card. Which is the 9, which is also not useful. I don't think there's any more... Nope, I don't think that's the run. Yeah, I'm kind of at the point where I do want to call it. I want to just get one win in solitaire. I don't know how dedicated I am to actually doing that, but we'll see. Oh, actually, I have some more valid moves here. I can do that. Gives me the 6, the 5. Free doesn't help. Four, 7 doesn't help. 9, Jack, Queen. 4 I can pull out. 2 I can pull out. 8 I can grab. Yeah, that's useful. That's less useful. A high queen is not nice in this game. However, I can take that too. I really want that too. Hold on. Is there anything I can do to make this situation better? I can move that there, which gives me a 10. That is not useful. I would need a 7 to make use of that. And then 6, nothing there. Three, a jack, which is of the wrong suit, so that's not immediately useful. I can move this 2, though, and I can flip a card up. Wow, that's also not useful. I think all the aces are buried. If I could get Evan out, it would be something, but I can't. I don't even have a king I can play it on. Yeah, I think that's it for this deal. I think I'm gonna have to lie down here in a moment. Oh, hold on, I actually want undo. Grab the 4. Does that actually help? 3, the ace. I'd love to do something with that jack. Let me see here. I can move that pile there. That gives me the 2. Oh, I can play that. I will play that. Does not help me in the slightest. I can move this 5 though. I don't think humans are Energy Star certified. So does that 9 do me anything? Maybe. Maybe? Ooh. That's sort of useful. Very much in the story. I don't want to move these cards unless I have an actual move to play. I want to leave some options open in case I get a good deal. Eight, 7. That gives me the 3. That actually does have a use. That opens a new card up. I'm not sure that actually improved my situation, but we will see. So 9 help me at all? No. The 7. It's the wrong jack, or else it would be useful. Yeah, I think that's, well, hold on. No, wait, I'm not dead yet. I get the 3 up there. I don't think I have any 4s I can play, though. No, I have to get that 8 out, so one more deal. Oh god, I feel like an addict. It is definitely making headway though on the main build. I am going to be a fucking potato tomorrow. That 7 doesn't do me anything. But I can play the 2. That still does nothing for me. 6, 5. So that gives me a 10 would be amazing right now. There's the 10, 9. Clear that spot. Clear that spot. I will move that spot. Chat just crashed. Which gives me the 4. Wow, that's probably the single most useless card I could have gone. 4 gives me a 2. Which is mostly useless. If I can find the other ace, it would be great, but I'm not seeing it. I get a 3 there. So there's the ace I need, which is in a really terrible spot. I have no way of playing that. Well, the 8, hold on, the 8, the 7, the 4. I never quite figured out how... Yep, and that pops the ace to the top. I've never quite figured out how when you play cards from here, how it affects future deals. I know it does, I've just never quite figured out how that works. Yeah, the problem is the chat's lagging so badly that by the time I get the advice, it's not amazingly useful. Oh, finally, useful cards. Less useful cards. Useful cards. I don't think I can do anything with that. It's the only card I've played, so let me flippy, flippy, flippy. 4, Jack, 6, and I get a 10 under it. Actually, I can play that 10, so I will. I don't think that opens up any additional moves, but I can play that, which gets the 3 out, which gets that out. Gets that out. Can't do anything with that. Get the 9. And we get the 4, the 5. 7 isn't useful. And we end up with the king on top and the jack on bottom. I think... Oh, wait, I can actually work with that. And then I can move that there, move that there. I get a 9. I get the 4, but I can clear that. So now I can play this, 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 and I end up with 1 jack. I think this is impossible. Hold on. Maybe not. It means that the jack is under one of these face-down cards. Can I somehow move my cards in a way? Because I've got this deck completely cleared. I think... Yeah, I think that's dead. I'm not seeing anything that actually helps me here. Or wait, maybe, hold on. 4, 3, 3. I don't think I can get that 2 out of the way. Yeah, I think that's dead. I can clear more space. How? I mean, I don't have an 8. 6 to 7. Oh, yes, I can. But I don't think that actually helps me. Yeah, because they can't play that. Problem is I've got all 4 kings down. You can't play the jack in the empty space. Did that actually help? So 3 of diamonds, 4 spades, 4 diamonds, 5 of diamonds. Yeah, that's all spades. I don't think I've got any moves that help. Let me see here. Where do I have a 6? So here's the 6. I can move the 4. That doesn't do anything for me. Clear diamonds and 1 other suit only. So I don't have the 3 of yeah, I can't get the 3 of spades out. I can basically get 1 or the other out. I'm not seeing moves that help me. In fact, I don't... What do I even have as valid moves at this point? I can put the 5 back down here. I can move the 4 here. That doesn't help. 4 hearts to 5 of clubs. And then 5 of clubs to 6. Okay, 4 of hearts. Where's the 4 of hearts? I should really call it. Hold on. So there's 5 of hearts. I don't have... Oh, I see what you're saying. 4 of clubs. 5. And then I can clear that. 6 of clubs. 6. All right, so that gets the 6 up there. Yeah, but I think that actually made progress. So I can move that there. 6 of clubs. The 7 is over there, but I can move that there. Get that up. There we go. That suddenly makes things easier. Now I need to get that jack out. That means there has to be a jack under one of these. But now I can play a bunch of these cards. Oh wait, I have a jack here. Clear it. Flip it. 3 and the 8. Oh, chat, look, it's running so damn slow you can actually see the card bounce. I don't think I've ever seen it do that under Windows XP. Like, I don't think it's last time I saw that was under Windows 3.1. Okay, system's doing work. Yeah, I have not actually seen it running slow enough to do the card bounce in a long time. Unless XP fixed it so it didn't go run at super speed. Oh, yeah. Brain tired, yes. I'm at 9.5 hours. I think I am going to call it. We'll let the animation play out. Because if I keep staring at the screen, I am going to potato. We're at 7s. I always liked watching this animation as a kid. It's a pity you don't see it. You normally don't get to see it. I am very, very eepy. That is a good way to describe it. Yeah, this is going to have to be finished up tomorrow. Let me see how far into the build we actually are. So we're dealing store talk. Okay, so apparently the build that I'm looking at, build log I'm looking at doesn't have all the build messages. This is probably going to take a few hours. 2. Nice. All right. I've got to call it here. I am exhausted. So I will post a community message tomorrow if this build succeeds, and then I'll probably just stream for an hour or two to build the actual GCC component. I don't think this build will fail. Yeah, it's not going to be a long stream tomorrow because I have to actually edit this. But I actually really need some sleep. I did not want to stream for 9 hours. Alright, if you enjoyed this content, like, subscribe, consider supporting the channel, becoming a member, or tipping in the jar below. Until next time, this is your host, N Commander, signing out, wishing you all a pleasant day.